Sakshi, shall I sit here?
Hello and good morning to all. Welcome to the new session at 9:20. So we will start our session with the yesterday's proceedings, and my senior Veena B will share the proceedings. Over to you.
Very good morning to everyone. This is National Training Program on Empowerment and Entrepreneurship Development in Agriculture. Proceedings of the Day 3 session, that is 11/11 and 2020. The first session was the resource person was Dr. Sharvan Raj, Director, Agriculture Extension, National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management, Hyderabad. The title was on agri-business and agri-startups, opportunities and experiences. He gave a deep observation on farming in India, enabling policy and regulatory support and agriculture infrastructure fund, vocal for local initiative. He also mentioned about agri-clinics and agri-business centers, schemes and its training network. He documented so many successful stories of various startups and entrepreneurs. It provided great inspiration all around. Thereafter, he discussed about Women Entrepreneurship Program, managed Center for Innovation and Agripreneurship activities at Incubation Center, Aqua Clinics and Aquapreneurship Program. This session was, the resource person was Dr. N.R. Gangadharappa, former Director of Research and ICR, Emeritus Professor, US GKVK Bengaluru. The title was Characteristics of Successful Entrepreneurs and Opportunities in Forestry Sector. He turned our thoughts into prominent characteristics of a successful entrepreneur with the features of management exposure, good communication skills, and willingness to do things. He specially mentioned that achievement motivation is a key factor for making a successful entrepreneur. He provided insight that enabling attitude is one of the prime characteristics of an entrepreneur, which helped him to put his favorable attitude. Interesting topic was upon carbon trading, in which he stated that it is most potential opportunity to become an entrepreneur. And he also concluded as entrepreneurship is mostly about risks, innovation, creative thinking, and entrepreneur is one who creates and innovates something recognized and around pursued opportunities by accepting risks and failures. This session 3, the resource person was Dr. M.J. Chandregowda, Principal Scientist, Agriculture Extension, ICR, Agriculture Technology Application Research Institute, Bengaluru. The title was Empowering Farmers for Undertaking Entrepreneurial Activities. This session starts with discussion on the financial angle to the outcome from farming, where he gave clarity on how to make a whole lot of difference in the way farming done in terms of what to grow, when to grow, and for whom. Further, he discussed regarding uncertainties about farm enterprise in terms of weather, economy, social environment, and political environment. An entrepreneur or group is supposed to have integrated the following 4 dimensions in the process of becoming a successful entrepreneurial unit, that is entrepreneurial characteristics or qualities, entrepreneurial competencies, managerial competencies, and technical competencies. He also explained former entrepreneur through the value chain and also stated that the entrepreneurial skills of farmers could be developed and addressed with the support of all stakeholders in the agriculture socio-economic network. And next session, that is 4th one, it was dealt by Dr. Vinay Kumar HM, Assistant Professor, Anand Agriculture University, and the title was Critical Thinking for an Entrepreneurs and Entrepreneurship Opportunities in Dairy Sector. He started the session with he gave a statistical data on Indian unemployment rate back down after COVID-19 shock. He thrown light on entrepreneurship concept, need for entrepreneurship in India, and mainly advantages and challenges for becoming an entrepreneur. He explained Watson Glaser red model of critical thinking, key areas of critical thinking training, stages of critical thinking, and stages of development. He also focused on Indian dairy industry and entrepreneurial opportunities. Under this, he explained world dairy status, milk Indian scenario, and top milk producing states of India. He briefly explained about the structure of dairy industry in India, dairy value chain, and dairy industry growth. And the next session was on empowerment of women entrepreneurs in food and nutrition. This was dealt by Dr. Jamuna KV, Professor, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, GKVK, US, Bangalore. She focused on present scenario, advantages of empowerment, benefits of empowering women entrepreneurship, and empowerment by entrepreneurship. She later explained what is value chain and addition and why also opportunities available by value addition. She concluded by benefits of empowering women entrepreneurs. And the last session, that is sixth session, it was on the topic personality development among scientists and technology. This was dealt by Bharati Singh, founder and chief Samudra Foundation. She explained briefly about depression and the reason why number of people complaining of depression is increasing. This is because of unhealthy lifestyle and mental health issues, suicidal tendency, and also in this session she talked about knowing themselves, controlling emotions, developing positive personality, and best lifestyle practices. This was all proceedings of the yesterday's training session. So welcome all you to today's session.
Thank you. So I'll be sharing the today's session speakers. First will be Dr. Sangappa. First session will be dealt by Dr. Sangappa. Second session will be dealt by Dr. S.V. Suresh. Third session will be dealt by Dr. K.M. Harini Kumar. Then after lunch break will be there. Then in the second half, first session, which is the fourth session, will be dealt by Shri B.N. Ambrisha. And then the fifth session will be dealt by Dr. Mrs. K.G. Vijay Lakshmi. Then the final session will be dealt by Dr. Y.N. Shivlingaya. So I need response from the first speaker of today, which is Dr. Sangappa. Are you there, sir?
Good morning to everybody.
Morning, sir.
Dr. Sangappa. Still yet to join, I think.
Yes, sir.
Our participants also yet to join.
Yes, sir.
We wait for 5 minutes.
Okay, sir.
I call the speaker.
Sir, we called already.
You spoke to him?
Yes, sir. He's ready. He's ready, sir.
Okay.
Might be joining.
Okay. Wait for 5 minutes. Hey, Baraja.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Bandra. Sangapura. Sangapura. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
You are joined? I'm not getting the response from the Sangappa, the speaker. Dr. Sangappa?
Sir, he is still not joined.
Okay. Wait. I'm calling him. I'm calling over phone.
Okay, sir.
Good morning, Sangappa. We are waiting. Are you there? Oh, okay. I think we can start. We can start now. If you are ready, you can start. Okay. Please join. Okay. Video off ಮಾಡಿದೆ. Good morning to all the participants. Nandini, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Bhavani Devi, madam.
Good morning, sir.
Jyoti, madam, has come.
Good morning.
Yeah, very good morning, madam. Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Srinivas Reddy garu.
Mariappa,
Srinivas Reddy
how
garu.
old are the plants now?
You say Srinivas Reddy Garandi, then he will come.
He is on the board, but he is not responding, madam. He is muted. I hope yesterday we had a very good information and also the speakers. Okay, anyway, Dr. Sangappa has come. I welcome him to the session. The welcome speech will be given by my colleague or our PG student. If Dr. Sangappa is ready.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Okay, good morning. Now our colleague will going to introduce you
Sir.
within 2 minutes. So Sakshi.
Yes, sir, I'm here. But the introduction will be done by Yashashwini ma'am.
Okay. Anybody can do it.
Very good morning to all. So I take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Sangappa. Dr. Sangappa currently working as scientist at ICR, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Hyderabad. He is alumni of our campus. He has more than 5 years of research and extension experience in millets, nutrition extension, millets apprenticeship development and promotion of farmers producer organizations. He promoted 6 millets FPOs and established 19 millets primary processing units, organized more than 28 capacity building programs to millet stakeholders and participated in 40 plus exhibitions. He has collaborative external funding projects and co-authored over many reviewed articles and also books and books chapters. With this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir. It's over to you.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you, Dr. Krishnamurthy, sir. And very good morning to all my friends, participants of this particular training program. So I welcome you for this, my presentation on entrepreneurship development on through millets processing and value addition. Here I'm going to share presentation, just a moment. Just
Yes, sir. The PPT is visible.
Just a minute, ma'am. Slide view. So friends, is it visible and clearly audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Very good morning, sir. Very good morning. Just I am presenting. Once again, welcome you all for this my particular presentation on the entrepreneurship development through millet production, processing, and valuation. Friends, already you know that millets are no more a poor man crops. It became the rich man diet, and we are working on this one particularly at Indian Institute of Millet Research through crop improvement, processing, value addition, and also entrepreneurship development through incubation activities at our NutriHub. So my presentation structure is like know your millets and why millets we have to adopt millet processing technology for the milletpreneurs, recipes and millet value addition technologies in millets, and how FPOs or entrepreneurs can connect to the ICR-IMR for the transfer of technologies, also incubation. And at the end, we will discuss about the marketing of a millet. Some strategies we will discuss here. So before I go for the technological aspect or the millets processing technologies or the value addition technologies, I would like to have some questions with you. That is, are we eating the right kind of the foods, or we are lacking in the some sort of the micronutrients? So macronutrients are those carbohydrates, proteins, fats, and all, which provides energy for us. And we get this one from our day-to-day diet. Friends, do we eat the micronutrients, or we take the micronutrients whichever require our body, like the vitamins, minerals, trace elements, or which mainly build up for the essential cell function and all? So no, we are lacking in this one, and we have to adopt this some of the crops which have the micronutrients and all. So with we have some more questions here. That is the alarming situation. That is the alarming data you can see here. According to the National Food and Health Family Survey 2015, so we have the both the problems, that is the undernutrition as well as the overweight, that is the obesity. If you see the in urban area, the undernutrition is prevailing in rural area, the undernutrition is prevailing among the women members, and in overweight also more prevail in the urban areas among the women members. So these are the two reasons we have to address through the proper diet management and adopting the nutritional food. So we need to have some crops, or we have to diversify our food habit through technological interventions, and need to adopt the crops like millets. So here I would like to share one more the alarming data, that is the lifestyle diseases. Friends, as you're aware that the diabetic disorder became the very panic nowadays. In this pandemic situation, that is the COVID-19 situation, the many people are suffering from this one due to the lack of nutrition or due to the other reason. So in India, there are more than 62.4 million people are suffering from the diabetics. So in this data, even the pre-diabetic patients are also included, and even the adults or the children, school-going children are also affected by this lifestyle disease. So one more alarming situation, if you refer to the Hindu newspaper recently, then there are many data which is related to the nutrition, and I would like to share here is that 10% of the children or the adolescents are pre-diabetic nowadays. And if you see the Tamil Nadu, states like Tamil Nadu and all, they are very in panic situation. And if you see the 7% of the children and adolescents have the risk of chronic kidney diseases. So these are some of the data which really make us to think about the future of India, especially among the children's. So this is the related to the OS of the nutrition. So if you come towards the agricultural sector completely with respect to the farmers, then they are also facing the many problems. That is the sometimes we get the lot of the rain which when we don't require, and sometimes we face the flood of drought kind of the situation. So farmers lose in both situations, and farmers may not get the better price for their crop, and he is ultimately loser of this one. So we need to have, or we need to adopt some crops which can sustain in such a situation under the drought condition, under the flood condition, and can give some at least the remunerative price, or at least the livelihood security to the farmers. So those are some of the crops. Those are nothing but the millets. Yeah. So related to the water requirement, you know that already many states are suffering from the having the war between the water, and the crops like sugarcane, rice, and other crops require lot of water to cultivate or the complete their life cycle. If you see the sugarcane, it requires about the 2,100 of rainfall to complete its life cycle. And if you see the our millet crops, that is the sorghum, pearl millet, or the finger millet, which hardly require 300 to the 400 of rainfall for cultivation of the these crops. So it means we can save a lot of the water by cultivating the millets, and also we can avoid the war situation in the future. So one more thing is that the consumer perception towards food has changed nowadays because of the COVID condition or the pandemic situation presently, which is existing now, and many consumers are more health conscious, and they are looking for a food as a source of the nutrition, as well as food also should give the nutrition and health benefits to them. So that is why the demand for the value-added health food has been increased. It means the technological interventions through the food processing, value addition, and all are demanding. The entrepreneurship scope is lot now in this sector. So another important thing is that, friends, medicine is our not healthcare, but food is our healthcare. But what we do, medicine is acting as our healthcare instead of the sick care. So we have to take it as a food as a medicine and not medicine as a food. So with this background, I'm going to my own topic, that is the millet crops. Friends, there are the 8 to 10 millet crops, and we at our institute work on the 8 major crops, that is the 3 major millets and 3 minor millets. So here I would like to introduce briefly what are the millets in vernacular languages, as I came to know that you are from the various parts of the country. So in the vernacular name, if you see that this is the sorghum, and call it as a jowar, jawari in Hindi, or jowar in Hindi, or in Kannada we call it as joda. In Telugu, if you are from Andhra Pradesh or Telangana, then this millet is particularly called as a jonna. Coming to the second crop, that is the pearl millet. So that is the bajra, and we call it as the bajri in Gujarati if you are from Gujarat, or in bajra in Hindi. And it is being cultivated in various parts of the country, especially in the Rajasthan. And coming to the third most important crop among the millets is the ragi. So it is more popular in our southern Karnataka and as well as the southern India. So this is the finger millet. So coming to these 3 crops are the major millets, what we call it. These are our naked grains. So we don't require any kind of the de-hulling in this one. So I'll be coming to that one particularly in the next couple of slides. So what I'm telling about these minor crops which require a de-hulling, that is the processing and all. So this is the foxtail millet, friends. So kakum we call it in Hindi, and navane in Kannada, and little millet, that is the sama in Bengali, or kutki sama in Hindi and all. Coming to the kodo millet, that is a kodra, we call it as usually haraka in Kannada and kodo in Hindi. So these are also popular. This is also a popular crop among the tribal areas. Coming to the next important crop is the proso millet. So this is called the china, or it is a very shortest duration crop among the millets, which can complete the life cycle within 65 days. So one more crop is the banyan millet. That is very important, again having the good micronutrients in this one, and also minerals. We call it as a udala in Kannada, and in Hindi we usually call it as sanma or the swank. And this is the crop, we call it as the golden crop because this has fetched more price previously, called as brown top millet or the korlai in the Kannada. So why we should consider these millets as the future crops or the noble grains? Why should we call this one? So these are the nutricereals, friends, as we mentioned here. So rich in the minerals, vitamins, dietary fiber, and antioxidants. So it has also offers the functional foods or the nutraceutical source. The outer layer of the hull of this small millets, especially in the little millet, has many nutraceutical properties, and we are also working on the extraction of the oil in this one. So as you're aware that the millets are gluten free, and which can help us to address the celiac patients. So gluten allergies among our adults or the youths is increasing nowadays, and that has to be addressed through the consuming non-gluten free crops. Those are the millets. So these millets can be utilized for the preparation of the value-added products as well as in the processing technology, so that many entrepreneurs can come forward and start the business. So with coming to the climate change scenario, where millets can act as a harbinger for evergreen revolution. So you know that these are the C4 crops and have higher efficiency in absorbing and utilizing the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So with the minimum amount of water, it can withstand and also give the nutritional and also livelihood security to the farming community. So as we discussed that regarding the duration of the crops, friends, the millets like the proso millets, which can complete the life cycle within 60 to 65 days. Similarly, other millets are also having this short duration crops, like the foxtail millet can complete in the 75 to 85 days. Barnyard millet can also complete in the 75 to 80 days. And pearl millet, sorghum can mature in the 90 to 120 days. So similarly, we can utilize the sowing period or the sowing window after the late kharif or after the late rabi or during the summer seasons. We can utilize these windows, and if we have the irrigation facility, then also we can utilize these crops here, and farmers can get the better price. Just I would like to compare the nutritional information about the millets and with respect to the rice and wheat here. You can see that the sorghum and pearl millet and other millets, then each millet has its own unique property in the nutritional components, and these provides the micronutrients to our body when we consume this one. For example, finger millet. So it has the highest amount of the calcium, even in the more than that of the milk. So it has the 364 mg of calcium, which is called as a capsule of the calcium. So similarly, we have the pearl millet, which is rich in iron, which can address the disorders like the anemia. And other millets are also having the each micronutrients, so that if we add the each millets in our diet, then definitely we can get all the micronutrients which our body require, so that we can live the healthy life. So before I go for the technological interventions or the technologies developed by Indian Institute of Millet Research, just I would like to focus the health benefits of the millets here, because after this presentation or after this training program, definitely you surely need to include the millet in your diet. Friends, millets are gluten-free, as I mentioned. So this can address the celiac diseases, or who are facing the allergy towards the celiac, gluten and all, they can consume this one. And due to the low glycemic index in this one, they can go for the consumption, so that it can address the diabetic and reduction of oxidative stress. Free radicals are there, so anti-cancer properties are there, or anti-hypertensive properties are also there in the millets. So these millets can also address the obesity issues, because of the highest amount of the dietary fiber in this one. So you won't feel to eat more when you consume the millets. After that one, your the obesity problem can be reduced or the decreased, and cardiovascular related disease can be managed properly, and also like the anemia kind of the disorders, because the iron content in this one is the millet in this is good condition, so you can easily avoid the anemia disorder. So these are some of the health benefits of the millets, so we can adopt this one in our everyday diet, and also we can try for the entrepreneurship development. So coming to the slowly to our economic part of the millets. And nowadays you heard about the doubling of a farmer's income, and even millets can also contribute in this one. So the MSP for the ragi raised recently by the 145 rupees per quintal. Now it is the 3,295 rupees. And also in jawar we have seen the 70 rupees raise in the MSP, and in bajra 150 rupees. So these three major millets have the minimum support price, and in some states they have their own minimum support price also. If you are from the Andhra Pradesh, or if you are from the Odisha, or if you are from the Karnataka, then there is a MSP for the small millets also. So the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs is working on the introduction of the MSP for small millets also, like the foxtail, barnyard, proso, little, and kodo also. So very soon we will get that MSP also. So apart from this one, if farmers adopt the processing and validation technology, definitely the income of the farmers will get better. So we are stepping into the millets harvest and the processing and validation technologies. If you are going for the processing and validation, the harvesting of the millets at the right stage is very important, because the right time of the harvesting will give us a better shelf life to the validated products, and as well as the processing technologies. So best way to harvest is the moisture level, which is 10 to 12%, and you can store it in for a longer period also. You should not harvest this one too early as well as in the too late also, so that it will definitely impact on the shelf life of the validated products. So once we harvest, so we usually adopt the winnowing, or the separation of these grains based on the density and airflow. So if we adopt this manually manual methods to separate it and all, so there is a laborious work for us. But Indian Institute of Millet Research has developed and standardized various primary processing equipments and standardized this one, and can easily adopt in the millet primary processing. As I mentioned, so there is a need of the dehulling in millets because of the various reasons. I'll be explaining in the next couple of slides. So this is the millet processing structure, where we have the eight types of the millets, or the 9 types of the millets. You can see in the major millets, we have the pearl millet, finger millet, sorghum. And in the small millets, we have the foxtail, proso, little, kodo, barnyard millet, and all. Friends, in the small millets category, the dehulling, it means that the removing of the outer layer is very much essential, or you can consider it as the mandatory. And before we go for the grinding or the milling or preparation of the validation, or even before the consumption, the dehulling is very much must. And in major millets like the pearl, finger, and sorghum, after the cleaning and grading, we can direct, or destoning, we can directly go for the grinding of these grains or the preparation of the validated products. Because in the small millets, we have the compact husk that has to be removed out. So that is inedible portion. So if we include that one in our diet, so there will be some sort of the biological problems. So coming to the structure of the grains, here you can see that the outer layer, that hull, need to be removed out partially, and should not be removed completely also, because that also contains the fiber in that one, and the polishing in the millet should be avoided. What is the traditional method of processing? So why do we need this one in a mechanized condition? Because friends, in earlier days, our grandmothers used to wake up early in the morning and decorticate the millets, and by using the chakki mill, you can say, or the pounding, by using the pestle and mortar kind of the things. And after that, they used to go for the winnowing and sew the millets, and that was ready to preparation of the any type of the recipes. But now, due to the change in our lifestyle and change in the working nature of the women members, we don't get time properly to do this all stuff. So we need to have the proper mechanized condition for the processing of the millets. So at our institute, we have developed and standardized the processing method by using the various interventions like the streaming or parboiling and all. So if we adopt this one, easily the efficiency of the millet dehulling will increase. So why should we do the dehulling? As I mentioned, so in the market, we get the rice over the paddy. So we cannot eat the paddy directly. We have to go for the preparation of the rice. So in the similarly, so in the millets also, there is a need of the dehulling. The outer layer need to be removed out. And the price for these grains is more than the 80 rupees per kg in the market. Even in some places, it is reaching 150 rupees per kg also. So when farmers sell these raw grains at the market, it hardly he fetch the 30 to 35 rupees per kg. But if we go for the farm gate processing, that is nothing but the dehulling, or before that destoning and all, definitely that his income will increase, and he can directly market this one to the consumers. So the primary processing is very much essential, and this is the best opportunity to create the entrepreneurs, not only even the youth or the women, even the farmers also. So how much we require for the establishing these primary processing units? So based on our experience and the machines which are available existing in the market, so with the 8 lakh rupees, we can get the all kind of the machines which we require for the primary processing, and little bit shed and other electrical work. So in the less than 10 to 12 lakh rupees, we can establish a primary processing unit which constitute the millet destoner, grader, aspirator, and dehuller. So within a 1,000 square feet or within a 1,200 square feet, we can establish this one, and we can start the business to the new entrepreneurs, or you can say the farmers also. So some of the machines are also available which has the highest capacity, like 500 kg or the 1 ton per capacity. So what we have discussed here with that 8 to 10 lakh rupees or the 12 lakh rupees, it's about the 300 kg per hour capacity. So in 1 hour you can process it the 300 kg, and you will get about the 200 kg of the processed grains ready to pack and ready to sell. So some of the machines we have standardized here. You can see the destoner cum grader and ragi perler and all from the various companies, and these are available at a market for the sale. So Victor model you can see, or you can also see the Perfura or the AVM machines, or bond technology machines. So nowadays many manufacturers are coming forward to work on these small millet machineries. Earlier there were no machines, there were no facility for the primary processing. So now easily the farmers can adopt this one for development of the entrepreneurship. Some more machines you can see here, that the small millet machines developed by various manufacturers. So this is all about the primary processing. Once you complete this primary processing, there are some more business opportunities or the entrepreneurship opportunities also in the millets. So you can see that the technology like extruded products, composite flour, puffed products from all the 8 millets, and popped product, Nutribars kind of the things, as well as the baked products. Even we have some traditional products also, or the recipes which are standardized, like chakki, laddu, roti, mudda, papad, and all, which can also be promoted and become the entrepreneurs. So these traditional products are very much found from our NRIs. There is a scope for the export also, these millets. Many entrepreneurs have started this one and have succeeded also. So slowly we'll move to what are the technology available at our institute, so that which will help us to start the new business or the entrepreneurship. So first is the milling technologies. Friends, we discussed about the primary processing. The grains are ready now. The grains are ready to pack it and sell it. So even if you go some more in depth, so milling technology can also be adopted to start the business. Those are nothing but the jawar atta, millets related rava, like the upma rava, idli rava, khichdi rava, and also the dosa batter or the idli batter and all, which can also have the more demand in the market, like the jawar atta and all, which hardly we keep the 15 to 30 days after the grinding. But due to our intervention at our institute, so we have the more than we can keep these packed products more than the 60 days also. So there are some interventions need to adopt. There are some methodology need to adopt for higher shelf life of these value-added products. So those things are also available. So there is a lot of scope. So 1 kg of jawar atta fetches about 65 rupees at our institute. So you can imagine to start the entrepreneurship in this one. Not only in the jawar atta, you can go for the multigrain atta, millet atta, or even other suji type of the things. So this is about the milling technologies. So if we go one step ahead regarding the extrusion technologies, that by using the millet suji or the millets flour, then we can prepare this vermicelli, pasta are called as are considered as the cold extruded technologies. So these are also very much found from our children's school going children and all. So it act as a breakfast or the snacks item, like the preparation of this kheer, or you can see the paisam or the paisa in Kannada, and also the vermicelli related upama or the pasta. So which is having the good amount of the micronutrients in this one, and good trace of the minerals also, so that easily we can adopt this one for the consumption, as well as there is a lot of business opportunities. This is a kind of the ready to cook product. So technology on grain expansion, or you can say the puffing technologies. You know that, friends, we traditionally puff the grains, but thing is that the shelf life of those puffed grains are low. So if we adopt the improved mechanized condition of the machines to puffing the grains, then definitely the shelf life will increase. So in our institute, we have standardized this technology, and we can start this business by from all the 8 type of the grains or the millets. So the puffed grains can be used as snacks items or the breakfast items also. So here also you can prepare the various recipes from this one, and some of the entrepreneurs have started using these grains or the puffed grains for preparation of the Nutribar or kind of. So adopt the puff gun machine, so then definitely there will be entrepreneurship opportunity. So the cost of this machine is about the 6 to 7 lakh rupees. By investing this one in a day, you can produce at least 20 to 25 kg of the grains, which has a huge value in this one. So coming to the millet bakery product technologies, as you're aware already that one, we always celebrate our cherish or the happy moments with our bakery items like the cakes and all. So in millets also we can prepare the bakery items instead of going for the maida based bakery items like the cakes, buns, or the burger you can say, or the muffins you can say, or even the 100% millet based cookies also. So these are nowadays we have transferred this millet bakery product technologies to the entrepreneurs, and they have easily adopted this one and started the business. Because to avoid the maida in our day-to-day life or the diet, or the persons or the consumers who are having allergic towards the maida or the gluten, they easily can start this business and they can go for the consumption also. So there are a lot of scope for the new entrepreneurs in this case, unique based technologies. So coming to the flaking technologies, you know that the poha is our very much popular breakfast item in our country, especially in the southern India and all. So we adopt this flakes or the poha for the breakfast, and even the from the all the type of the millets also we can prepare the poha and go for the breakfast. So the color variant you can see here that the ragi has the bit brownish color and the proso millet has lightly color and all. So these grains can also be, these nutri-rich grains can also be used for the preparation of the poha, and which has the low glycemic index in this one, friends. So those who are suffering from the lifestyle disease, especially diabetic and all, these grains can be given to them so that they can have their satiate the hungry. So coming to some of the instant eat right products, because when we look for our working nature or the day-to-day activities, we need the fast foods in our life. So similarly, there are healthy foods prepared from our millets also, like the instant idli mix, instant dosa mix, or the instant vermicelli and all, which hardly require 10 to 15 minutes to prepare the batter, and you can go for the idli preparation and all. So the instant idli mix and all, what we have discussed earlier in the primary processing, if we add one more machines like the pulverizer, the chicky mill and all, so that will add to that will help you to get these type of the instant mixes or the product. So after the milling, you can directly go for this kind of the pulverizing things and start the business. Some more ready to eat products like the kurkure or the hot extruded products like the chips and all, or the flakes can also be produced from the millets. So what we eat in the market is all prepared from the maida or other grains, but from the millets also we can go for the preparation, and the readily available some standard technologies are with us. So the entrepreneurs who are looking for starting the food-based products or the hot extruded products or the technologies, especially in the millets, they can approach us. So the machines like the hot extrusion and all are available, which cost about the 10 to 15 lakh rupees, depend upon the capacity. So the fortified millets products also, even millets are also lacking in some of the micronutrients like the zinc and all. In some cases, we can enrich these millets grains or millets value added products also by adding other grains which are having the trace elements. So Gingerly is the one where we can go for this one, and we have standardized the cookies also by enriching the sorghum and gingerly based product, and we have transferred this technology to the entrepreneurs also. There are some more products also you can see here, fortified millet based products. So these are some of the technology which are available for the transfer at our institute. So coming to the recipes, are those who would like to start the restaurant based business or the dhaba based business, there are some recipes also, like the millet fruit salad or the sorghum murku kind of the things, or the millet based dosas or the idlis and bundi kind of the things and all. So those who would like to, are the consumers who are prefer to have the millet based recipes, but they are not getting at the right time due to the non-availability at the market, or they're even difficult to prepare at the household level. So there is an opportunity for the new entrepreneurs to start this restaurants, unique restaurants on the millet based restaurant. So recipes which we have standardized, more than 100 recipes we have standardized at our institute, and which are readily documented and uploaded on our institute website. So this is not only helpful for the starting a business, even in the starting consumption or adding in our diet also helpful, so that easily you can try it at your home and even you can suggest to your better half. So as we discussed earlier, there were no processing machineries available for the millets. That is the reason the millets consumption was decreased, and even the cultivation also. So at our institute, we have standardized, retrofitted, and fabricated some of the millet processing machineries, and those are given to the manufacturers, and they are really manufacturing, like the grading machine, roasting, flaking, extruded machines like the hot and cold extruded, or the biscuit making machines, and all these are all readily available technologies, and the machines are available now for using the in millet business or the millet entrepreneurship development. So the business proposals can also be prepared here at our institute, so that you can avail that one and help to the new entrepreneurs, youths, or the women members to start the business on millets. You may be experienced with it that the preparation of the rotis from the millet is very difficult because of the absence of the gluten in this one. We don't get the stickiness. So always we adopt the easy method, that is the preparation of the rotis from the wheat. So now in millets is also, it is very easy because of the availability of the small roti making machine. So even which is not only helpful for the household, even for the starting a business for the entrepreneurs also. A restaurant can adopt this one, or the SHG can adopt this one to start the millet based roti making machines business. In 1 hour, we can prepare up to the 50 to 60 rotis per hour based on the skill of the preparer or the who prepare these rotis. So there are interventions in the millets nowadays, so that we can start completely a unique kind of the business from on the millets. So till now we have discussed much about the processing, value addition, and all, how farmers can get into the business also through in the millet sector. So we have the various opportunities for the farmers also. So one by one we can discuss here. So coming to the first is the seed production, or the millets seed production. As you're aware that many states are adopting for the implementation of the millets in their state, and state Department of Agriculture or the watershed departments and all. They would like to introduce the millets, but the availability of the millet seed is not there. The quality seed is the again constraint in the state level. So the group of the farmers can produce this millet seed and supply to the various state government or the various research organizations and all. The price of the millet seed is much bit higher than that of the normal raw grains. So next thing is the millet farmer producer organization. So this is the unique concept nowadays, because the 10,000 farmer producer organization have been sanctioned from our government of India, and those are going to start in next 5 years. There is a scope for the millet FPO in also, because the small and marginal farmers are facing many issues, and they are not getting the better price for their produce. They are not accessing the market intelligence. Even they are failing to sell the produce whatever they grow. So if all the small and marginal farmers aggregate in a one stage as called as a platform called as a FPO, then definitely they will get the better price for their produce, and also they can access the various technologies developed by the state agriculture universities or the other research and development institutes. So I would like to share some of the success stories of the farmer producer organization. So ICR Indian Institute of Millet Research, friends, we have promoted 6 FPOs in 4 states. So we have the 2 FPOs in Karnataka also, that is in Bagalkot and Koppal, and 2 FPOs we have at the Andhra Pradesh. One is at the Visakhapatnam and Anantapur. One more FPO is at Mahbubnagar district of the Telangana, and one FPO we have at the Dindori. So Dindori is mainly for women-based FPO. All the members are of this FPO are women, and the board of directors are also women. So this is comes under the tribal district, as Samnapur mandal of the or a block of the Dindori, where many farmers or the tribal farmers are cultivating the millets like the Kodo millet and little millet, but they were not accessing the proper market. So because of this reason, we have introduced the millet based FPO concept there, and we have given the primary processing unit there under the tribal subplan. So they have slowly started the processing of the millets, and they are reaching to the outside their ecosystem or outside their villages to reach out to the large number of consumers. So here you can also see the some of the success from the other FPO like the Visakha Millet FPO, which is located at the Visakhapatnam of Andhra Pradesh. The women farmers are the member of the this FPO have procured the raw grains, processed at their end, and they are packing at this in the half kg or the 1 kg, and they are directly selling to the consumers or reaching to the consumers for the consumption. So the demand for these millets increased during the even lockdown also. So the various marketing or the supply chains have been adopted in the FPO level to reach out the consumers. You can see some more activities from our FPOs also here, like procurement of the raw grains and all. So of course they have introduced some mechanization also in the millets. So because once we form the FPO, so there will be about the 500 to the 1,000 members of the farmers. So the R&D institute or the state agriculture universities can easily access the farmers, and they can easily penetrate the technology into the FPO. So there is a lot of opportunity for the FPOs also, not only for the marketing and all, even for the other technological interventions. So some more interventions also you can see here from the other our own FPO. So millet based FPO is a unique type of the things because this involve the very much small and marginal farmers. Friends, when we look at the cultivation of the millets, farmers cultivate this one a very fragmented land, and also we cannot get the large scale of the millets cultivation in the single area. So there is need to aggregate all the millets raw grains and to have the processing, validation, and other technologies. So this concept will be very much successful, and there is a scope for you also to promote the FPOs at your level and become the FPOs as a startup or the entrepreneurs or the business unit at your end by adopting the millets. Coming to the some more business opportunity for the farmers, that is the preparation of the fodder block. So for livestock, is another industry in our area for the mainly depend for the forage and all. So we have some cultivars like single cut and multi cut forage hybrids varieties, which can give the better yield for the promotion of the livestock industry or the milk industry. Like the fodder block creation is the one entrepreneurship activities which are taken up by the many youths in the parts of the Maharashtra and all, because during the lean period we face the scarcity of the fodder. At that time we can provide the fodder blocks to the animals so that we can regulate the milk yield. So some more the types of the sorghum are also there in our country, in our institute, like the bioethanol production and all. So sweet sorghums and all cultivars are available, which can also provide the business opportunity to the new entrepreneurs. So another 15 minutes. So I'll be at the last stage of the presentation here, friends. So we have discussed various technologies available at our Indian Institute of Millet Research and the opportunities to the new entrepreneurs and the startups. So now let us discuss how you can connect to our ICR Indian Institute of Millet Research to start the business or the enroll in the business activities in our NutriHub or the incubation center. So we discussed already these technologies like the flaking technology, milling technologies, shelf-life related beverages, instant mixes and all. So we can license these technologies through entrepreneurs and all. So once you express your interest, you need to select the technology which are available here, like the flakes or the puffs or the milling technology. You need to select this one, and you need to write to us or in the form of the expression of interest. Then we'll be executing the memorandum of understanding between you and our institute, and we'll handle for the 3 years. So the technological cost is like this. So initially we charge 50,000 rupees for the first technology, but friends, when you take more technologies like the 4-5 technology, the cost of the technology will be less, or the concessional rate you can get. So apart from this one, you can get the 2 days training, particularly on the technological aspect. If you take the puff from the preparation from the sorghum, then the A to Z from the for the preparation of the sorghum puffs will be given training in these 2 days, and we give the technology toolkit as well as the nutritional profile, so that the entrepreneurs directly can publish this one on their pouches or the brand name they can create, and also they can use our institute logo for the promotional activities, so that the credibility of the product definitely will increase. So what is the take-home message here? That decide the technology and submit the expression of interest to our institute, and after the payment of fee, then we'll execute the MOU and we'll start the training and other support for the next 3 years. So we have done many commercialization activities, created marketing linkage to the new entrepreneurs through the different categories and through different linkages and all. So there are opportunities to rope the Parley and other big companies into the millet sector, so that the farmers can sell their produce to them and they can get the remunerative price. So if you are into the starting of the new entrepreneurship in the millets, so there is a need of the such kind of the Rath or the fabricated mobile exhibition where, because to reach out the large consumer is very much essential. To create the awareness is the need of the hour. So we have to make this journey very successful by adopting such kind of the innovation extension strategies to reach the consumers. So we have this fabricated bus, and we have promoted or the given ideas to the many entrepreneurs also to start the such kind of the business units like the exhibitions van and all, so that the consumers should aware what is what about the millets. So Eat Right is our institute brand which we have created here, and through this one we create the awareness about the millets or the millets validated products, and we have the small sale counter also at our institute, so that whoever comes to our institute, they can buy the products, adopt it, taste it, and also slowly include in their diet. So this is about the cooking with millets training program, unique for the urban housewives and all, because the cooking of the millets is a task or the skill oriented, because of the absence of the gluten in this one or the new grains involved in this one. We require such kind of the a type of the skill for preparation also, or the cooking of this one. So we organize regularly this millet cooking program every third Saturday of the month, and also entrepreneurship related 1-day orientation program, and we expose all our facility incubation activities and technologies to the new entrepreneurs, so that they can get orientation and they can go for the starting new business. This is what the 2 unique programs we have. And regularly we organize that customized training programs for the agriculture officers, scientists, technologists, and farmers also. Even farmers from the Punjab also participated in training, and they have got benefited. So introduce the millets in their area. So this is the Agri Business Incubation Center services. So whatever we have discussed here, those things involved in this one, like the technology consultancy, we provide the business facilitation and also capacity building programs and all involved, whichever related to the millets. So friends, this is what we wanted to discuss here. Another 10 minutes is there. We can have the discussion and we can give the details about this one. So there is a way forward that let's eat millets so that to be the healthy. and we can link the FPOs industry startups also. Once you connect to our industry, once you connect to our institute, so that the value chain, completely the value chain can be analyzed and we can replicate the same value chain at your end. So with these things, once again I say that millets for the food, millets are there for the feed, millets are there for the fodder, fuel and health also. So once again I say that millets are good for the business also. So thank you so much. I acknowledge this presentation also, and thanks to the Dr. B. Krishnamurthy sir for providing this such a wonderful opportunity to talk to you and interact with you all, and also US GKVK Department of Agricultural Extension and all the student friends who are facilitating this training program, and Dr. Ganesh Murthy sir and other coordinators also. Thank you so much. And now the topic is open for the discussion. We can have the discussion in the next 10 minutes.
Sir, good morning, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir. Very good morning, sir.
Sir, your presentation is very nice. Sir, I have one doubt.
Sir, tell me.
So, farmers are ready to grow millets, but still the lack of processing and marketing facilities for millets. They are not getting a better price. In APMC, they are getting very low price. Even some farmers, they are ready to grow, but they are not getting better price. So some farmers even shifting from millets to other crops. How to overcome this problem?
Sir, you are from which part of the country? And
No, from Kolar only, Karnataka.
Sir, namaste. Sir, ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಸರ್, ಇವಾಗ APMC ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಬಯರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಂತಂದ್ರೆ many farmers or many entrepreneurs are processing nowadays, so they can connect to the entrepreneurs, the farmers level, because the aggregation once ನಾವು aggregate ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, let me tell you in English. So if you aggregate the producer at the farmer producer organization level, so they can directly connect to the any entrepreneurs who has started the business or the processing unit. So definitely they will get the better price. At APMC levels, these are the neglected grains. Many entrepreneurs participate in the APMC for the buying of the these millets grains. It is the one option. Second option is that farmers itself, they can start the primary processing unit at their end, sir, because the consumption is increasing nowadays. But on one side, and the consumers are not getting the grains at their end. So if the farmers together start the primary processing, like the dehulling is very mandatory in the primary in the millets, sir. So if you start that one, if you suggest to start that one, definitely the price will increase. As I mentioned, the price of the processed grains of the millets is more than 80 rupees, sir. But the raw grains price is only 30 rupees. So there is very much need of the processing of the millets at farmers or the farm gate. So some entrepreneurs are there, sir. For example, in Telangana and part of this Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, many entrepreneurs have started primary processing. They are processing and packing it and selling to the North India wherever the demand is there. You see that they are sourcing the raw grains nearest to farmers. So we can try to connect these farmers to those entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much, sir. That's what I have observed. Lack of processing units nearby. So farmers are facing as a serious problem.
Yes, sir. Sir, even our institute have started more than 19 primary processing units in the recent 1 year, sir, under the TSP and other programs. Because of these activities, the consumption also increased. Even the farmers are getting better price also. Some farmers, for example, in the KVK Bida, recently we have started this primary processing unit. So farmers who have grown like the 1 quintal, 2 quintal and all, they are getting into the KVK and getting processed there, and they are giving to this fellow farmers and also directly giving to the consumers. So small activities are required to boost the millet consumption as well as take them as a business level.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Any other queries?
Good morning, sir.
Dr. Sanjay.
Yes, madam. Good morning. Good morning.
Sir, as you told, for the technologies, whatever the IMR has developed, in order to have those technologies, you will be giving the trainings for 1 or 2 days.
Yes, madam.
Sir, only that is available in IMR Hyderabad or any other places?
Ma'am, currently we have all the facility food lab completely. So
Yes,
we
sir.
provide the training at the IMR only. So we have stopped this training also since the inception of the COVID from the March and all. But again, we are going to start this one. And recently we had the virtual training also. Even the entrepreneurs who have taken the technology, they are satisfied with this one. Again, we have reintroduced this virtual training so that they can access all the information. Only thing is that the grasping of the information must be there. If they have some basic information about the millets or the what is food, how to make the analysis and all, definitely they will be get benefited through the virtual training. So the virtual trainings can be given currently, madam, but after 1 or 2 months there will be physical trainings also.
Sir, for those, that is the purchase of those technologies, the virtual training is enough, or they need to go for practically related?
The practical is more benefited, madam, as a recent past, because they will have the more doubts, or they can observe the things, whatever we show, or they demonstrate the things practically. Of course, the virtual training has bit lacuna, but we can try out this one, the physical trainings also. The once the COVID situation the ease, and if it is come down, then definitely the physical trainings will be adopted for the technology.
Okay, sir. Sir, one more request, sir. If as it will be beneficial even for the other states wherever the millets are grown, if it can be extended to the other places also, so that the farmers can even purchase those technologies and they can go for those technologies. Is it not so?
Yes, madam. So we are concentrating on the FPOs also. So
Yes.
what we have discussed there, we have given the technology to the FPOs, and they have started from the primary processing. The primary processing is the starting point for all the millet business. So the primary, once they do, then they are going for the milling technology. After that, the ready to cook type of the technologies. So you are from which state, ma'am?
Karnataka, sir.
Okay, ma'am. So there are many schemes in Karnataka like Raita Siri and all. So under this one, we can promote the millets cultivation as well as the processing. And
Cultivation is there, sir. About the technologies, I am asking about next processing things, sir.
Definitely, madam. So whatever you require the technologies, you can write to us. So next level of the things we can discuss, madam, and we can
Okay,
readily give the technologies.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Excuse me, can I add some more point to this, Dr. Sangappa?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Yeah, actually, there is a CFTRI in Mysore. They are also developing a lot of technology and minutes, around 100 of technologies like developed for the minutes. Maybe you can make use of those technologies also, madam. As it is, maybe it's new to you, maybe you can use of those technologies also.
True, madam. They are also into the millet processing and value addition technology development. Earlier, they were working on mainly the other crops like fruits, vegetables, and grains also. So they also developed many technologies on this one, and we are going to tie up with that one so that we can outsource those technology here and transfer this one to the farmers and all. So we have written, the discussion is in process, ma'am. So definitely it will be help to the farmers. So we'll take that one. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Ravi Nandi, sir. Sir, namaste, Hedi, sir.
Good morning, Ravi here from ICSAT.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Very good
Thank
morning.
you very much for your nice presentation.
Sir.
Yeah, just I have a small question.
Sir.
IMR is promoting a lot of FPOs and providing capacity building and many inputs for promoting FPOs and entrepreneurship. So based on your experience, in comparison in FPO promoted or the farmers who are connected with FPOs and in other way, what is the share of farmers from in consumer rupee in both the cases? What is the change we can you?
Sir, of course, nowadays it is increasing, sir. In case of the millets, the farmer share in consumer rupee is increasing because they are directly into the processing, and they are being facilitated by the technological backstop For example, the primary processing they have adopted, and that when the price of the produce is increased, then definitely they will get the better price for their produce. So NGOs are working with them for increasing their share in the consumer rupee. So if you see our Vishaka Millet FPOs, there are 600 farmers associated with the FPO, sir. And whoever became the shareholders in this one, so they are getting the better price for their produce as well as in the profit also. So I feel that the FPO can provide the better share in the consumer rupee to the farmers.
Are there any study, Sangappa, in this direction, like, for a particular, for example, ragi, such kind of things?
So we have initiated, sir. These are into the starting points. So we have to study on that one, sir. We have not completely, scientifically it is not done yet.
Thank you, Sangappa.
Welcome, sir.
So, any other queries? If not, thank you, sir.
So, thank you, sir. Thank you, Sangappa.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How Kumar in the Scott Jammu?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, very good morning. Go ahead, sir, please.
From Scott Jammu, sir.
Yes, sir. Scott Jammu, sir. Bataiye, sir.
And, tell me, crop is a seasonal crop. So how entrepreneurs survive around the year?
Hello, sir. Could you repeat, sir? Just your voice was not clear, actually. Hello.
Sir, this crop is seasonal crop.
Seasonal crop, okay.
So how this entrepreneurs survive around the year? If they expend the money on the yeah.
Sir, actually your voice was not clear. What I could observe from this one, that the seasonal crops and how entrepreneurship will be sustainable, kind of the things. So, sir.
Quality.
हाँ सर जी, आपका जो वॉइस था क्लियर नहीं था एक्चुअली. I could get it from your words that it is a seasonal crop and entrepreneurship cannot be sustainable.
Right? Yeah, sir.
Sir, these millets can be grown in all the 3 seasons, sir. So only thing is that in the North India or wherever the cold condition is there, so there is a productivity will be less. But of course, in the southern part, there is a lot of millet production is going on. They can outsource this one. And another thing is that in the Kharif season, we can produce it. And it's based on the requirement of the grains, we can increase the area there, sir. Because these are the... Sir,
cost is a very big problem.
Cost of what, sir?
Cost of this final product. You can say grain. Because farmer is producing more and more and they are not getting the good price in the market. That's why they are not interested in producing this type of crops.
Yes, sir. Our one more senior colleague also asked the same question. He's from the Kolar, sir. Sir, if we provide the primary processing facility to them, then definitely they will get the better price for that one, sir. Because the primary processing is very much essential in the small millets. If you don't go for that one, then farmers will not get the better price. So those who are processing or who are say the middleman, they are only into this processing and all, and they are sourcing from the farmers and processing it and selling at the higher price at the market. If you compare the raw grains price and the processed grains price, is huge difference, sir. That gap can be filled up only with our technological interventions, especially in the millets, the primary processing. We can establish it through the various, by following the various schemes from the government, and we can give that to the FPO level. So that is the option for the user.
Sir,
And
yeah.
Sirji.
Thank you, sir. Can you share your PPTs with the participants?
Sir, it is already shared with the organizers, sir. Dr. Krishnamurthy sir and other organizers. It will be shared with you, sir, after the training program. Hopefully, you will get into your mail. So already I given the my contact details in the presentation and in the last slide. Hope you might have notified. Otherwise, I am just
That is available, sir. That is available. Your contact number and email also available with us, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Fine, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now the next speaker is waiting. So if any more queries, please post in the chat box.
Sure, ma'am. So once again, thank you so much for the all the organizers here and my junior friends also, and my sir, Dr. Govindagowda sir, and others are also here. So thank you one and all for this opportunity, and all the best.
Thank you.
Shall I leave, madam?
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now I invite our next speaker, which is Dr. S.V. Suresh. He's there in the podium, I think. So I'll just have a brief introduction of him. Please, ma'am. Okay, I take this opportunity to introduce Dr. S.V. Suresha, Comptroller of University of Agriculture Sciences, GKVK, Bangalore. So he has he has 26 years of experience in the as a scientific officer, assistant professor, associate editor, training coordinator, and presently he's working as a comptroller of the US GKVK. He has published many international full-length articles and also published many books, research notes, training manuals, teaching manuals, and also popular articles. He received around 18 awards for the publications, and also he handled 25 externally funded projects. He sponsored 18 training programs, which has been organized from external funding. He also rendered services like he was a chairman of Rural Animal Welfare Subcommittee, Karuna Animal Welfare Organization, president of US Campus School, Hebbal, Bangalore, executive committee member of Karuna Animal Welfare Organization, served as an editorial committee member, Krishi Tantragnana, IIT Bangalore, former joint secretary of Alumni Association of US Bangalore, former treasurer of Karuna Trust for National Progress, Bangalore. And special achievements of his is designing of Ragi Malt vending machine, and trained physically challenged children from Association for Physically Disabled Children, and established bakery production unit at Parappana Hagrahara Central Prison, Bangalore. Sensitization program for transgenders, developed standardized unique sweet and salt biscuits for KMF to sell in their milk parlors as a Nandini biscuits, and establishment of exclusively women-run bakeries in the rural areas, and also developed the concept of bake from home as a free time income generating activity for economic empowerment. So with this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir, for this session. It's over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I take this opportunity to talk to you on the bakery and value addition as an enterprise for the potential and the practicing entrepreneurs. So the basic concept of the entrepreneurs, entrepreneurship, and other things, let me not go into the details of all those things, but just I will take this opportunity to I take this opportunity just to talk how effectively or we can make use of the bakery and value addition enterprise for the entrepreneurs. So as you all know, the present day order is just, I was mentioning in the inaugural session also, it's not the entrepreneurship alone, but it is the entrepreneur who makes a difference in carrying out all these activities. The entrepreneur has to take pride himself for doing something unique or a better opportunity of making use of the opportunities that are available with him. The best part of us, the bakery training unit, as you all know, the University of Agricultural Sciences is a pioneer in establishing a center called Bakery Training Center. So this Bakery Training Center was a first, as you all know, it was established in 1968 under the umbrella of University of Agricultural Sciences with association of the Wheat Associates of America. The basic concept was, at that time itself, as you all know, the America is the major producer of the wheat, and they wanted to sell this wheat in different forms to the different countries. The selling of the grain itself may not be very potential or may not be very useful to the people. So they thought of processing this wheat and selling it in different forms. So once if I say bakery, most of you will think how bakery can be used as an enterprise. Probably you all agree with me if I say bakery is a wonderful opportunity and a wonderful opportunity for all of us to look into the development of entrepreneurship or to develop an entrepreneur who can make use of the enterprise's qualities. So the bakery training unit, it was, as I told, 1968, and it has gone into different metamorphosis over a period of time to cater to the needs of the different sections of the population and also the different category of the communities. So under such circumstances, the bakery training unit, what they did was, it was started in 1968, and then it was started as a bakery school where they were providing, or it was into a commercial production, which was just outsourced for the different commercial units, and these people were not into training program. But then later we realized that there is a lot of potentiality to promote this, and then we started different kinds of training programs with this. So after this, in the year, maybe after several years, it has traveled through a different journey and made it possible to train thousands of people in bakery enterprise. So if I just make a mention, why bakery alone then? So the bakery, as you all see, it has got unique characteristic. And if I ask you why bakery products are in a great demand, I think everybody will agree with me that there is a lot of demand for bakery products in urban areas, peri-urban areas, as well as in rural areas nowadays. It is stretching its tentacles even beyond the peri-urban areas to the rural areas also, where these bakery products are in great demand. So most of you probably, when I say bakery, you will start thinking whether it is healthy product, or can we have bakery products regularly? Or is it possible for the children to give the bakery products at a regular interval? Or if it is given, do you call it as a junk food or as a healthy food? That may be the immediate question that rises into the minds of many people. So let me not get into the merits and demerits of the bakery products as such, whether it is a junk food or a healthy food. But I hope all of us will agree that there is a great demand for bakery products. Then what are its unique features then? Why there is a great demand? So invariably, everybody will agree it's because of its taste, right? So the bakery products are in great demand because of its taste. Then what else? The bakery products are affordable. You all know the bakery products are relatively less cost when compared to the other products which are tasty. Then you just look at the business. Most of you might have purchased the products in your nearby bakeries. It is one business where I can quote, that is morning investment, evening going back with your investment plus profit. Why this kind of thing? So you all might have noticed that no bakers will offer you the credit facility. None of us might have ventured to ask for a credit in any of the bakeries where we purchased. So it is straight away, it's a cash and carry business. There is no credit facility. So that's why I said it is morning investment, and evening you are going back with your investment plus a profit margin. That is one of the beauty of this enterprise. Then you all agree with, there are only two places. Normally, what I have observed, you don't ask for the price of the product and then buy. If you can think now, which are the two enterprises or which are the two places where you don't ask for the price of the product, then buy. Straight away we will buy and then we will pay the amount, whatever they say. So if you can think, that is possible mostly in case of your medical stores and bakeries. In medical stores also, you don't ask what is the price of the product, but you will buy and then you will pay whatever that he asks. Even the same thing that you can notice in case of in case of the bakeries. Normally, if you go to a bakery, you will just ask about the products, whatever that you are interested, you will buy, and at the end you will ask for the price of the products, the total amount what that you are supposed to pay. So the people don't ask for the price of the product, and then it's like just you will buy the products, then you will pay. So there is no the people are after the products. Then the another important thing is the bakery products will also fetch you more income. In the way you might have bargained even in a vegetable vending shops, where even the price of the product, even if the tomato costs 2 rupees, we people are in the habit of asking for 1 rupee. But have you ever thought of bargaining the price of the product in any of the bakeries? Probably I don't think so. None of us have bargained, or none of us have asked for a bargaining price in case of products. So that is what another unique feature of this bakery products. Then if that is the case, how best we can make use of these qualities of an enterprise for an entrepreneur development? So that is what I am interested now. So just I am not going into the details of it, but just I will go with some of the cases, how we have developed the entrepreneurs and how it made it possible for our training centers to look into the enterprise as such. If that is the case, the bakery training unit, when we started the training program, we used to get a lot of cross-section people into the training program. One is most of the people earlier, it was the urban youth, including the urban women. They were interested in some of the items to be made at home, since they are interested in getting a quality product, and it has become a passion. So most of the people or most of the ladies in urban centers, baking is a passion rather than profession. So we thought the passion can also be promoted as a profession, provided it is done in a more systematic way. So with that intention, what we did was just we started taking or collecting the details of these people who are coming to our centers for a training program. Then we started assessing the needs of the bakery products in and around their places. With that, what we did, so then we start off thinking how best we can make use of this passion into a profession. Then we started a concept called the bake from home. What is that bake from home? You know, most of the in most of the cities like Bangalore, it is only the vertical growth. It's only a vertical growth. Most of the places. Most of the places, it is a vertical growth. So when lot of people are staying in a common place, if that is the case, when these ladies were coming for the bakery training programs for a passion purpose, then we thought of generating it as an income generating activity for these ladies. So that is the concept what I said, the bake from home. Next slide, please. The bake from home. So the ladies, then we had a discussion with some of the ladies who attended the training programs. And just I will present a case study on this, where a lady from one apartment where it was around somewhere around 300 to 350 houses were there. You just think, if it is a 300 houses, optimistically there will be probably, if you take 3 members in a family, 2 plus 1, that comes to around 900 people in a common place. If it is a 900 people, then you just think of the concept of it. Invariably, there will be one or the other special occasion in each of these houses on any of these days. If that is the case, 900 people in a common place, and we have 365 people, and the bakery products are all the integral part of these special occasions. These houses will have one or the other special occasion every day, like the birthdays, the marriage anniversaries, or something, or treating the guests in the evening, for which the bakery products are an integral part of it. So you all agree, any of the birthdays or the anniversaries will not be there without the cakes. So if that is the case, how you can make use of these opportunities in a common place? Then one lady was promoted just as a case, and she was convinced to start this business from the apartment itself. That was the concept, but there were the preconditions to start this business also, because immediately people will start asking me whether they have an FSSAI license, whether they have taken the permission from the BBMP and other things. So that's why I said it is only a free time income generating activity. Whatever the free time that lady is having, that she can make use of it. So then how? Then we said, why don't you start this business from home itself? And the conditions are, the preconditions, just in the interest of the family, you can start baking the products from morning 10 to evening 3 o'clock. That is, next slide. So morning 3 to next. So this is just a brief background of our bakery training unit, which was started in 68 and till 2006, it has taken different shapes. And in 2006, I said it has been renamed as the Bakery and Value Addition Center. That I will also quote after this, why we have changed the name of this bakery training unit as a Bakery and Value Addition Center. Next. So these are some of the objectives. Probably this is of general importance. Then next. So these are the, this is how we are training the people. We have different kinds of opportunities here, and the bakery training center is equipped with a semi-automatic plant where we have all the facilities to train the people. Next. So these are the objectives, how we are conducting this training program. But most of the times, what I mean to say that it is the hands-on training, and then whatever we also teach them on the raw materials. We also teach them on how to keep the records, and also along with the maintenance of records and the mandatory activities that they need to take, that is the hygiene and cleanliness part of production and other things. So these are the objectives which later they will share the slides with you people. And this is in general. Next. So the specialities in the promotion of entrepreneurship, that's what I said, the hands-on training. And when I say it's a hands-on training, invariably it is learning by doing it. And then also we will teach them on how to handle the bakery equipments and machineries, not only on the production aspect of it, the bakery engineering aspects of it will also be taught in the bakery training center to make them more proficient in handling the equipments and also the machineries, which are the prerequisite for the bakery entrepreneurship. And then we will also teach them on how to make the projects for getting the loans and other financial benefits from the financial agencies. And then the costing of bakery products. So it's not mere the training of these people. We will also teach them how to cost their products and what will be the selling prices, and depending on the different parameters. And then we will take them to the exposure visits where they will see the people we have already trained by us, how they are doing the business, what kind of obstacles they have faced while doing the business or while starting the business, such kind of things will. And also we have it was possible for them to get the first-hand experience from the entrepreneurs we have already developed the industry. And then also the interaction with successful entrepreneurs. We used to invite the entrepreneurs who are already successful in the area to our training centers, and we ask them to share their experiences with our trainees. And then it is the lecture by experts, that is for the raw materials and other things, quality of raw materials, how to source it and how to test these raw materials before production and other things. And then also we are training them into the development of the innovative products development, which I will discuss with you. What are these innovative products? How best, probably you have experienced the earlier session where he spoke a lot on the millets, and people, there were a lot of queries on, we have the production surplus, but we are facing problems in the marketing. So for which one of the major solution maybe, if I am not wrong, it is the processing. In addition to it, the processing plus value addition of the produce will fetch more money to the producers. In turn, it can also be made more healthy. So next. So then these are some of the things. Then next. So this is what I said, the concept like learn, bake and earn. And also I said it is they will learn how to bake and then they will start earning out of this. So before this, I was talking about the free time income generating activity, and I was talking about the preconditions what we have put forth before these ladies to start the business from the home itself, especially in the apartments where they have around 250 or 300 houses where they can also get a good number of people in a common place. So the major thing, the conditions was they should not compromise with the family commitments, because that will disturb the harmony in the family if they start getting into the entrepreneurship. And if it disturbs, probably they may not be able to continue for a long time. So the activity should be only in the free time between 10 to 3 o'clock. That is once the husband and the children left the house, and before they come back, they can finish their work, the work, and they can sell the products. And then the another thing was never compromise with the quality of the ingredients they use, because it is the business which runs on trust. The neighbors who always trust the person whom they know. And then the another thing is it should be premiumly priced when it compares with the prices outside. Because whenever I say, because they are compromising a lot of things, and also they are using quality raw materials which may not be able to do it in the commercial bakeries outside. So we said it should be premiumly priced and never venture to market their products outside their apartments. These are the preconditions what we have said, and that lady agreed. And she started baking. You just look at the scenario now. Once she started baking the products, first she started to bake only 2 kilos of cake, and 2 kilos of cake at home, and it was only for the thing. Then what is the benefit of this bake from home? You just see here the concept of it. Once that lady started baking, the best part of it is she knows to whom she is baking the cake. When she knows that she is baking the cake for the neighbor or the children with whom she is familiar, and that child to whom she is baking, that child will not leave her alone. Frequently she will come and ask whether the cake is ready for me. Are you baking it very nicely, or can I enjoy this, or can I taste this? There will be a lot of queries. And that is also it's not only an entrepreneurship, but it is also a rapport building with their neighbors. And then earlier she started with baking 2 kgs of cake. And the another part of baking technology I didn't share you in the beginning, it has got 100% of profit margins. It is one business where you have huge profit margins. You just look at the price scenario. We are selling a pound of bread in our unit for 18 rupees. And you just look at the price of the bread outside the market. It costs you somewhere around 35 to 50 rupees. It varies with the brand and other things, or the packaging materials and other things. When I am selling the bread for 18 rupees, it gets a marginal profit for me also. If that is the case, if they are selling at 35 to 50 rupees, the profit margin is more than 100%. If more than 100% profit margins are there, any business will become viable for us, right? So if that is the case, then the more than 100%, even a kg of cake it costs with us, it is around 200 rupees. And even if it is a decorated cake or a birthday cake or some marriage anniversary cake, specially made cakes, even it may not cost you more than 250 to 275 rupees per kilo, what I am mentioning here. But if the same kind of cake, if you get it from outside for your programs or the functions or the parties, probably it may not cost you less than 600 rupees. Just look at the profit margins. Again, it is 100% or more than 100%. So if that is the case, any enterprise will be viable. So that lady, she started baking cakes only at the price of 600 rupees per kilo. And it started on a small scale. It was just a 2 kilo. You just look at this. 2 kilo means it costs you somewhere around 1,200 rupees. As I said, more than 50%, more than 100% margin profits are possible. So she has got 600 rupees profit margin. So that is what I mean to say, 600 rupees per day. And already I told you, one or the other occasions, there will be a parties in all of these houses. So if that is the case, 600 rupees into 30 days. You just look at the profit. It's a small scale business. When we started, even we never realized that there will be so much of potentiality for these kinds of businesses. But when we start calculating just 200, 600 rupees, optimistically, let us keep it as 500, 500 into 30 days. So it comes to around 15,000 rupees in the first month itself. Then gradually the business started picking up. How it started picking up? So what we promoted is that we started a WhatsApp group and a Facebook page in the apartment. We asked her to start this, and she used to post tomorrow's special, the cake. Then immediately the people realized that it is worth to buy these products from the apartment. Probably you may not believe, within 4 months, she engaged 2 maids who were working in the apartment, as the helpers, bakery helpers to her. Earlier, these maids were working for a meager salary of around 5,000 to 6,000 rupees as a maids at home. But now they are the bakery helpers who are supporting this lady at the cost of 10,000 rupees per month in the beginning. And she started baking around 8 to 10 kilos of cake, in a day. That comes to around, as I said, it is if it is 300 rupees, 8 into 3, that is 24. 2,400 rupees, again multiplied by 30. Just look at persons. They started offering her a shop in the apartment itself so that they can get all around the day. But she refused and said, whatever that I can do it as a free time income generating activity, and let me not become a full-time seller of these products. And now she started earning around 1,20,000 rupees, which may be much more than her software husband, who leaves the home at 6 o'clock and coming back by around 8 o'clock, sitting in front of the laptop throughout the day. But still this lady started earning around 1,20,000 rupees within 1,20,000 rupees in a month, sitting at home, taking care of the family, taking care of her children, and looking after the domestic affairs. Along with that, but we told that it is a free time income generating activity. But when compared with her husband's salary, it has become the major income generating activity for her. So this is what I said, bake from home. And this concept has catched up very well with our trainees here. And now we have almost around 600 ladies sitting at home and baking the products at home. And then they started selling to their neighborhood. So if this is the case, we said the man hours or the manpower was wasted with the homemakers or the ladies, though they are looking after so many things at home. But still we could able to generate a decent income for these people. And it has catch the attention of many people now. And now the plus point of this is, in Bangalore North, now almost around 50 apartment dwellers associations or the welfare associations, they are in touch with us, and they are requesting us to provide the training program, and they have identified some 4 to 5 ladies in each of these apartments. And we are on the verge of starting the training programs for these people. And we are trying to establish one selling unit in all these apartments. And when I was mentioning that lady who started earning around 1,20,000 rupees, we are very proud to share that lady said, I can't cater to the needs of all the 250 houses. So she has given another 125 houses to the other lady who got trained from us. And both the ladies are doing the business in the apartment now. Why I'm saying these are the unorthodox fields where we can explore. If we think out of box for an entrepreneurship, definitely we have opportunities, and we have different kinds of clients who will cater to or who will come forward to become an entrepreneur. So this is what I'm not saying that it is in case of, if you ask me in an agriculture university, how it can be possible. So as you all know, the processing part of it also lies with the universities, that is providing end-to-end solution to the entrepreneurs. If I make them to produce the bakery products, and if I didn't get the market for them, then naturally the dropouts of these entrepreneurs in the middle of it, we can face it. So in order to avoid these dropouts of these entrepreneurs or get disenchanted with the business, we are trying to provide them a solution with the marketing opportunities also, after a thorough study of the or a thorough survey of the area and also the potentialities of the markets in and around their neighborhood. So this is one area where I can confidently say, if we can make use of the free time of the people, and if we can start or encouraging them or motivating them to start a small time entrepreneurship, that will add to the volume over a period of time. Now I said we started with one. Now we have almost around 600 people spread in different parts of Bangalore to bake these products from home, and they have started selling it. And then the expansion part of it with little intervention by us. That lady who started only baking the cakes, now she started keeping everything which are required for a celebration of a birthday or the marriage anniversaries, like the caps or the birthday candles or a little bit of decorating materials and other things. And now she says it's a complete solution in a common place for a particular program. And it's an associate entrepreneurship. We trained her in bakery, but in addition to that, she could able to get on her own the other aspects of this enterprise also. If this is the case, 100% we are confident that the people will continue their business or will continue their entrepreneurship over a long time. So, and this is one area where we could able to say that is the entrepreneurs develop out of their free time, and we also call it as a free time income generating activity. Then the next concept, I was just sharing a very brief introduction about how we have started one more production unit. So we were just going through different literatures where the prisons will have a lot of different activities for them to engage them in their activities during their punishment period. Then we thought, when they are into this embroidery, carpentry, smithy, or tailoring and other things, you all know the profit margins are less, and also the marketing of these products have become more tough. Under such circumstances, we got an idea how best we can make use of this bakery and a value addition enterprise for training these prisoners as an income generating activity. Then we had a lot of discussion with the Additional Director General of Police Prison. And in the beginning, the officials were very reluctant on us. Is it possible to prepare the food products in the prisons with these kinds of people? Then we could, at the end, we could able to convince them. And we started a production center in Bangalore Central Prison, Parapanagrara. And in the beginning, we have trained 20 prisoners in the central jail. And these people were given the entire project on production, the sourcing of raw materials, the production, and then the marketing of it. The basic problem what they have faced was how to market this. Then we thought of providing them a market. It was only through the mobile vans. They started selling their products. And you know, most of the busy places in Bangalore city, like the Vidhan Sauda, the Vikas Sauda, the multi-storied buildings where a lot of government offices are sheltered, and also the high court premises and other places. So naturally, they started production. And at the end, we thought of branding the product also. Then we had a lot of discussion. Then we suggested to brand it as the Parivartana, which stands for change. When the product was branded as Parivartana, and they started selling in different parts of the cities. Now, you may not believe it, it is around 25 to 30,000 rupees a products are sold now. In a single day. That morning at 10 o'clock, they will leave the prison and they will go around the city. By evening 5 o'clock, they will complete their marketing or the business of business, and they will go back with 25 to 30,000 rupees a day. Then you can ask me, is it an enterprise? 100% we have as a government institute getting or we are under the funding of different government agencies. It's our duty to give back to the society. And it's not just an entrepreneurship to these prisoners, but it has got a social touch into it also. Once a person out of the punishment is over, if he comes out of the punishment period, naturally the people will not offer him anywhere the jobs and other things. So that will become a difficult task for him to get into the mainstream of the society. Then we thought how this bakery enterprise, what we have taught to him, will come in handy for him. So under such circumstances, you just think he can come back because he has got skill in his hand. He know how to handle the products. Once he is out of the punishment period, naturally, he will get he can work in any of the bakeries. Now the major constraint in bakery enterprise is lack of scientifically trained manpower. Everybody, the bakery has become a family profession. It's his forefathers, or his son is doing it, and the same thing is continued by them, but they are not scientifically trained. So there is acute shortage of scientifically trained manpower. So once he is trained and come out of it, he can join in any of the bakeries for a salary of around 20 to 25,000 rupees a month, which is a decent salary decent salary for him to sustain on his own. And then you look at this, then why bakery for it? Why not other businesses? Bakery, as I told, it is a behind the screen activity. The production unit, probably you might have seen in all the bakeries for the production unit, no admission board you can see, because nobody will allow you to the production centers where they have their own recipe secrets and other things, which they don't want to reveal it to the others. Under such circumstances, what they did was, this fellow, if he is get into the job after the release from the prison, but definitely he can get into the mainstream. And when I said the behind the screen activity, as I told you, even if he prepares bread and give it to the counter, nobody will understand who has prepared this bread, whether a person who has murdered 10 people or who has done a crime of different things. So that is the beauty of this bakery, where they can earn their livelihood by taking the advantage of this behind the screen or behind the stage activity that made them to get into. So likewise, we have seen most of the prisoners who got trained by us after the releases, they are leading a decent life, getting into the mainstream of the society. That is one more area. And then the one more case study, let me explain to you. Most of these bakeries are dominated by male. You can see most of the bakeries which are run in the, which are established in maybe in the cities or in the towns or in the rural areas, it is run by the male population. But most of the female, they have a lot of potentialities for this. So under these schemes, what we started a concept called exclusively women-run bakeries. That was the concept which we were interested to make use of the free time of these women to establish their own bakeries. That is on a commercial scale. Now, I'm not talking about the bake from home. It is the concept where they can able to establish the commercial bakeries by getting trained. So the bakery training unit started mobilizing this women population, especially we concentrated in rural areas. And now we have into our credit the 16 exclusively women-run bakeries in Tumkur district, which is a district headquarters, which is one of the district headquarters in Karnataka state. And we have 16 exclusively women-run bakeries. And this time we have not done it on an individual basis. It is based on a group approach. We started the 10 members group in each of these villages. We trained them, and we could able to get some hand-holding facilities in one of our projects. And we could able to give them basic machineries like oven and a dough kneader and a cake mixer, likewise worth about 1 to 1.5 lakhs. And these women were mobilized, trained not only in production and also in marketing. So once these women are trained, they started their enterprises, and now they are earning somewhere around 4 to 5,000 rupees a day in their exclusively women-run bakeries. Earlier, they were the farm laborers or the farm women. Now, just look at the change. Now they are the proud owners of their own bakery. That is what I mean to say the entrepreneurship. Now they claim, because on rotation, they will share their responsibilities. In a month, about 2 will work in the sourcing of the raw materials, 2 in the marketing, and it's not just a sales counter. They have now, even they will take the products to the nearby villages, and they start distributing it to the other shops who doesn't have a production unit. So gradually they are expanding. Now they are earning around 4 to 5,000 rupees, and they are leading a decent life as a potential, as a proud owners of the bakery. And this is one more area where we can also think of establishing the other the women population also into this bakery enterprise. Next slide. So I was talking about the commercial bakeries. We just look at the pictures what I am sharing with you now. These are the different commercial bakeries. For example, now when I said the commercial bakeries, we have different training programs for different purposes of different duration. If it is for a bake from home, we can have the 4 weeks course where we will train them on the preparation of only the exclusive products where they can run it. But when I call it as a commercial bakery, normally the bakery should have all kinds of product ranges which are related with bakery. So that can't be handled by a person who got trained only for 4 weeks on a selected bakery product. So we did the 14 weeks training programs where it is a comprehensive one, starting from the theory classes to the practical classes. We have, and then after the training programs, we thought of how to understand their marketing skills. We have a concept called the whatever the products they develop on the last week of it, they have to produce and they have to sell their products in the university campus on a large scale. We have conducted a mega melas of bakery and value-added products by our trainees who got trained from us in the 14th week of their training program, and they will interact with the customers who buy them, and they will understand the consumers' preferences and also make a note of how they can sell their products, because the same product will be priced at different prices by the trainees. If they are selling the product, if they are selling their bread at 20 rupees and another at 25 rupees, they should have the skill of selling their product, why it is priced at 25. What is the value that she could able to add into that bread rather than the other bread prepared by her own friend or a colleague. So that kind of marketing skills also we are trying to impart with them so that they can understand how best they can make use of it. So these are some of the commercial bakeries, and to our credit, it is not, though it is located in Bangalore, we could able to establish a lot of bakeries even in North India also, including the northeastern states like Manipur, Nagaland, and also the Arunachal Pradesh, because this training program will be attended by a lot of people throughout the country, and before coming to this, they don't have any knowledge on the bakery, but once they got trained, they will be trained from scratch to a potential entrepreneur. So that is the kind of thing. And we have one more concept in our bakery training center also. Once any one of our trainee wants to start an enterprise, we have designed one more concept called on-site training program. We will depute one of our staff to that unit, and he will stay with them for 5 days till he gets the confidence of handling and running the bakery successfully. That person will stay with them for 5 days, and that will give or boost the confidence of these entrepreneurs. So why we have started all these things? It is with an intention that the entrepreneur need confidence of handling this project or an enterprise confidently, or otherwise, as I mentioned you earlier, the dropout or the failure rates will always be more. So in order to make it viable, in order to make it more profitable, we are into all these kinds of things. Next. So and these are again the entrepreneurs who have developed a lot of other bakeries in different parts of state and other parts of the country also. Then next. So I was just talking to you about this. It was some of the additions to the earlier commercial bakeries. As you all know, the bakery it doesn't mean that they sell only the bakery products. Even they make use of they used to keep other products of other agencies also and used to sell. But if that is the case, why can't we do, or why can't we make them to prepare other products also and sell in their own bakery units? So that is one more concept. With that, then as I told you in the beginning, most of you may have a doubt whether the bakery products are junk or whether they are healthy foods. So no doubt, if you consume, what is junk food? As a layman, let us not get into the scientific details of it. Or I'm not talking like a scientist now. If it is a junk food, whatever the calories that you take, if you are unable to burn it out on the same day, that will become junk. For everybody, it's not only the bakery products. Even if you start eating rice and if you are unable to burn out the calories, the calories which you have taken excess than the required calories, naturally even that will also become a junk for us over a period of time by accumulating the calories, whatever that we do. So that is the concept of the junk for us. And you all agree that bakery products are not the regular food products, or not the regular food habits of all the people. It may be the morning, the bread toast and other things, or maybe in the evening, cakes or biscuits or something like that. So these are only the occasionally, or maybe on a limited scale, we used to take these bakery products. So then if that is the case, then even if you feel that these are the things which will be more junk, then we have certain specialty products also we have developed out of these bakeries to promote the healthy products, healthy bakery products. Then what are these healthy products? Can it, and you all agree, the major ingredients of bakery is the maida, that is the flour, and then the fat, and then the sugar, all the three. And once if I say the maida, fat and sugar, immediately we think of going to the doctors. Once if you cross 40 and if you go to the doctor, what they will advise you? They will say you just avoid the three whites, right? The refined flour, the fat and the sugar. That will be the advice, right? But if you can, if the doctor advises us to avoid all these things, but still there is a great demand, is it not an ambiguity now? On one side, we say there are a lot of health articles in most of the journals, most of the daily newspapers, and on the other side, we claim that there is huge demand for bakery products. How to interpret it now? So always there is a potential buyers for these bakery products also, who will start telling or advising the people to start taking these things only after attaining 40 or above. We will start advising the people not to have. But in the earlier ages, we have enjoyed all the tastes of the bakery products. But now we started preaching the people. But still the people say, let me also enjoy for 40 and then let me start preaching the younger generation. That will be the concept. So when there is such a great demand for it, why can't we make use of it? So then, if that is the case, how to avoid this? Then with this intention, we started replacing some of the ingredients what we are using. And the first session, you said the millets. I tell you, we have 100% millet cake with us. It's a 100% millet cake, and it is scientifically standardized. And we have a feather in our cap that every New Year, on 1st of every January, 1st January, the Vidhan Soda, the Chief Secretary of State Government of Karnataka used to take cake from us to serve to the all IAS officers of Bangalore to greet them on the occasion of New Year. And that is the kind of product we could able to develop. And we have, for your surprise, I tell you, we have 100% ragi cake with us, not even a single gram of flour we have included into it. But now you can ask me, can you sell these products? The basic problem is, once if you say the products are healthy, you need to compromise with their taste, color, and texture. Am I right? So if you can compromise with the taste, color, and texture of the product, 100% you can think of healthy bakery products also. But what happens? The people will go to the bakery and they will ask for ragi biscuits. After having ragi biscuits, they will start complaining to the baker, how come it tastes like ragi? Obviously, it has to taste like a ragi only, is it not? Because that bitterness will be there on your tongue, and that the grain will stick onto your tongue. But if you are unable to compromise with it, then naturally don't think of healthy bakery products. And most of the times you might have observed, the people are in the habit of asking for a diabetic bread. In the bakeries, they will go and ask for a diabetic bread. What does it by diabetic bread? That is the brown bread. The bakers are very intelligent. They claim that it is a brown bread rather than a whole wheat bread. Normally, what happens to it? If you add 5% of whole wheat flour into that maida, you will get a brown bread. Or if you are much more smarter, if you add the caramel into it, you need not have to add another 5% of whole wheat flour also into it to make it more brown color. So the people they are not aware of this. So the another important area where we can make use of the entrepreneurship is the training our trainees in the field of supplying the quality raw materials to the bakeries. Supplying raw materials to the bakeries. That is another area where we can make these people entrepreneurs. And if that is the case, after having this, and even the ragi biscuits in the color, it looks more black. And if you are asking about, and if a person go to the bakery and ask for a ragi biscuits, immediately you will say, how I can serve these biscuits to our guests, which looks very black. Just look at the mindset of the people. But they are interested in buying the health bakery products. That's why I said the health bakery products are possible with us, provided you have a compromising nature with this color, texture, and also the taste of it. Because all these days we are used for this maida biscuits, but now it is immediately switching over to the other kind of flour. Maybe little bit difficult, but in the interest of the health, you can. And also you said the fat is another major obstacle in our way. So we have a concept, whatever that you use in place of fat, you will get the bakery products. If you are rich enough and if you can afford it, you can use olive oil. Or if you are interested in making use of any kind of oil, you can use and you can prepare the bakery products. It's not a problem. But naturally, why we prefer this bakery products? It is relatively cheaper when compared to the other products. But if it is not cost effective, naturally the people may not afford for these kinds of products. That is the area. But keeping a separate or a different section of the population in mind, you can make use of these health bakery products also over a period of time. So, and also the sugar, we have developed the products totally replacing the sugar with the stevia, which we call it as a natural sweetener. And we have developed these products maybe in cake or maybe in biscuits or in all other bakery products also, and which has given a good results. And a lot of people are using this kinds of bakery products nowadays. Next slide. So these are some of the healthy bakery products where we are also making use of we have developed the 100% carrot cake where we are using the fresh carrot to prepare the cakes. Next. So what I mean to say, we need to try something new in order to make these bakery products. What is it now? The latest trend may be less maida, less sugar, and less fat for those who are interested to go for a healthy bakery products. Or if possible, you can also think of coming out you're training the entrepreneurs with no maida, no sugar, or no fat. These are the latest concepts which may arise into our bakery products. Next. So I was talking to you about the associated entrepreneurship. Though we have started the trainees in the field of bakery, but what happens? We have the different other associated enterprises can also be developed out of this. That is, as I said, the raw material suppliers. The bakery training unit is located in Nebbat, and we are getting somewhere around 40 to 50 trainees per month in our center. So what we did, these people find it difficult to source out these raw materials on a retail basis, because most of the times this fat and other things will be sold on a bulk basis. So in order to avoid, one of our trainees is encouraged to start the retail business of these raw materials in and around our bakery training unit. She started on a small scale. She was supplying only the raw materials to the people whom they ask, because even the concept what we have developed is take from home also requires, if it is for the home consumption, they require the raw materials on a small scale. It's not in the quantity of bags or maybe in the kgs. Sometimes maybe in the grams also they require. So we encourage our trainees to start this raw material supplying business on a retail basis. And another trainee is encouraged to start a small equipment suppliers business. That is, she started selling the required small equipments like trays, molds, and other things to the trainees who are asking her, or to the people who are baking on a small scale. And then the bakery engineering and machineries. We started training these people on repairing of ovens, the repairing of ovens or the cake mixers or the dough kneaders and other things, where they started earning repairing these machineries and equipments to the in different bakeries. And then the training at homes. Now you just look at this. We are not worried about developing even our competitors also. We encouraged our trainees who got trained from us to start the training programs from their houses only. We never feared that they will become the competitors for us in future. But we have trained most of them to become the trainers in future to the in and around their areas. And also that is what I mean to say, the trainers to be master trainers, because we are deputing our staff for the for specialized training, which the industry requires nowadays. So these are the associated entrepreneurship along with the bakery production and handling of the products, running the bakery as an enterprise. But these are the associated entrepreneurship that we could able to think of along with the bakery. Next. And then another, I was talking about the specially enabled children, because as you all know, some of the children, they want to be in the mainstream of the society, but maybe because of certain factors, they may not be able to cope up with the mainstream of the society. Under such cases, we have noticed this, and we had an MOU with one of the association, and we started training these specially enabled children, where they will be trained in all the aspects like the handling of the products, except the oven work, which is little bit dangerous because they are handling the electrical equipment. So now they are very proud that they are preparing their own evening snacks and also sometimes the morning breakfast like the bread omelette or the bread toast and other things. And they are very happy that they are also doing the work of working like any others in the society. And this is another challenging area where we could able to train around 40 and now out of these 40, some 3 children have started working in the neighbor bakeries for their livelihood. Next. And then the training for tribals. You all know the tribals they are displaced from their reserved forest areas and they are struggling hard for their livelihood. Under such circumstances, we had a association with one of the projects, and now we could able to train somewhere around 50 to 55 tribal women and the men in Kolegal and Chamarajanagar regions, and now they have their own units running in their neighborhoods. So but just why I am saying this, we are not concentrating on not only on a particular category of the population, but we are also looking for the entrepreneurship in different sections of the society or in different categories of the people. So next. So this looks peculiar for most of us. This is the training for transgenders. I didn't say that it is a training. It is a sensitization program for the transgenders. Most of you will agree how much the nuisance these people are creating in the traffic signals and in the cities, where these people started begging for the money with the travelers there. So we thought, why can't we, because they are, why can't we make use of their free time and also the time that they have with them for the training them in the bakery enterprise. So we had a discussion with, because they have their own associations run in Bangalore, and we called the association members and we had a thorough discussion with it. We had a thorough discussion. Then after the discussion, then I said, let me not straight away start the training program for these people. Let me start sensitizing them about the importance of leading a decent life in the society by running their own enterprise or becoming an entrepreneurs in the bakery sector. Then almost we could able to have around 5 to 6 sensitization programs for them. First sensitization program was attended by 15 members. Then the second subsequently reduced to 10. Then it has come down to 5. But unfortunately, I could not able to start this, because then I started analyzing why we could not able to convince these transgenders to become an entrepreneurs. That was the major concern. Then we asked our trainees to go and do a practical survey in the traffic signals and other places. For my surprise, I could able to get a data that in Maitri Circle, which is very nearby to our Ebola training campus, they are earning about 500 rupees within 2 to 3 hours standing in the traffic signal. Just look at this. For 2 to 3 hours, they are earning somewhere around 500 rupees without any efforts by getting the money. And the people are in the habit of giving more generously to these people in the traffic signals, maybe on some of the taboos, what they have attached to it, I don't know. But still, and even in the Richmond Circle, we could be able to assess that each one of them are earning somewhere around 400 to 500 rupees within 2 to 3 hours. Then we thought, whatever these people are earning, is much more than what they can earn from the enterprise. So if that is the case, still there is a concept what we call the decent living in the society, which we can't compromise with them. Still, it is on the cards of the bakery training unit, where we are trying to bring in these people as our customers and to establish the exclusively first bakery run by transgenders in Bangalore. Probably, I don't think it may be possible within another 5 to 6 months because of this COVID and other reasons. Next. And then it's the same story, and based on the experiences of establishing a production unit and developing the entrepreneurs in Bangalore Central Prison, the government requested us to start another training center in a women prison, the Central Prison. We established it, but unfortunately that Central Prison is in Tumkur, where it is not a much crowded place. And then these people were trained, and they were very good in proficient in handling the products, and they have become very good handlers of the products. But unfortunately, we didn't find market for it. So then these people started telling, we are good in production, but we are unable to market the thing. Then we started assessing the situation, ground realities, even the mobile vans and other things didn't work. Then we thought, since it is done by a government agency, why can't we make use of it for other government agencies? Then we started writing letters to the district health officers of the hospitals of Tumkur, Tiptur and other neighboring taluks. And also we have requested Chief Executive Officer of Jilla Panchayat Tumkur and the Deputy Commissioner of Tumkur to purchase these products for all official government meetings in future. So then they positively responded. Immediately they got orders of around 600 pounds of bread from Tiptur and another 800 pounds of bread from Tumkur district hospitals. So naturally they got the market also, and they are very happy, and even they started earning a very significant amount for their savings once they are coming out of the prison. So this is what in Bangalore we didn't find the difficulty of marketing the products, but in Tumkur we could able to establish, but we found a lot of difficulties in marketing. Again, maybe with our intervention they could able to get the marketing also for this. Next. Then another thing is we have a lot of defense establishments in Bangalore, and most of these jawans will be deputed to the borders or to the other places for the defense purposes, and these and their wives will be at home without any work. So under that circumstances, we could able to talk to the brigadier of that MEG, Madras Engineering Group, located in Alsur, in Bangalore, and we could able to convince him that the wives of these jawans can be trained in preparation of some of the bakery products, and they can start selling it, because it's a colony. It's a campus where they have around 1,000 to 1,500 people. And if you could able to train around 25 to 30 people for their livelihood, every day they can earn around 300 to 500 rupees by each one of them. So based on that, we trained the wives of these jawans who are relatively free at home, and they were trained in the preparation of bakery and value-added products. So this has given a lot of encouragement to them, and they started production, and also they are earning a decent amount with them. Next. So these are some of the products were also developed, and then I didn't take the area of value addition. I was just talking about bakery. The value addition, what I said is, even we are into the different value-added products. In Ragi, we are developing somewhere around 60 products, and we are selling these Ragi products also, and we are started producing the millet products, and then we have a lot of products from different fruits, and we have also started a unique program to make the children to realize how important to become self-sufficient in handling the products as a children, and after growing, how I can make use of this for entrepreneurship. And these children, as a summer camp, we started the training programs for the school children, where they can prepare their own snacks and take it to the school without bothering their mothers much. And also they started developing interest on these things. And then these children, we started training them. In the first year, we could able to run only the 3 batches. And in the subsequent years, we are training almost around 100 to 150 children within a period of 1.5 months. And these children are very happy, and including their mothers. And these children are preparing their own snacks during their free time. So these are the kinds of things, and it is not straight away developing the entrepreneurs, making them the potential entrepreneurs for a period of years based on their experiences, what they have gained in the training programs, training programs. And also we have designed a lot of courses depending on the present requirement, because we talk about the vitamin C, which is very good for inhibiting the COVID and other things. So we are making use of the training programs on the products of Amla, and also we are coming out an exclusive training program on the millet and its products. And also we have a different programs called spice mixes, and also the other associated things where the people can make use of it for a small scale income generating activity. Next. What's the time? It's a time, I thought. Okay. So it's just a case study I have presented, whom we have developed as the entrepreneurs, and they have worked out what they are doing it and what is their income at present. So if I say 80,000 to 1 lakh rupees per month, it's not a small income. And most of these people who have started the bakery. Now they can understand how profitable it is, provided if it is run on a scientific basis. And in addition to this, what we have is even we are encouraging school children to visit our bakery training unit. And an average around 2,000 to 2,500 school children visit us, and we will make them to prepare a small biscuit by themselves and take away that biscuit, and they can enjoy the taste of it. These are all just the initial stages where we can make them to think of becoming the professionals or becoming the entrepreneurs over a period of years. And this is in general how the bakery, and most of the value added things that I have not covered also, because the bakery has taken much of our time. And probably in my slide, you can also see the millet value addition. Exclusively, the millet products are in great demand. And most of the earlier speakers talk, most of you raised the question, the marketing of the millets. 100% we can enhance the market for the millets, provided if you can bring these millets into the value-added products, and that will help the farmers indirectly to sell their produce in a profitable way. So this is in general. And if you have any queries, you can just ask me. And I am left with another 5 minutes, I believe. And the next speaker is also waiting here. So you can ask me if there are any queries or the discussion on this topic. Any discussion?
Is there any queries? Please put in the chat box. Sir will respond to you. Sir. Thank you so much for exploring the opportunities in bakery enterprises and value addition. Sir, this shows your vast experience and expertise in this field, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. If there are any questions, you just take it from the chat box and forward it to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think our next speaker is ready. Dr. Arini Kumar sir is waiting. Actually, Dr. Arini Kumar sir. Sir, I need your response, sir.
Yeah, I am the line.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I would like to introduce you, sir. I would take the opportunity to introduce Dr. Arini Kumar, sir. He's completed his graduation from our university only. He is the alumni of University of Agriculture Sciences, GKVK, Bangalore. He completed his Doctor of Philosophy with distinction. He was awarded with a post-graduation diploma certificate for international postgraduate course on adapting to climate change, biotechnology in agriculture in a world of global environmental changes, which is held at Renova campus, Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Israel. He also participated in the exchange Linnaeus Plan exchange program for teachers held at Umeå University, Sweden. He started his career as an instructor at College of Agriculture, US Dharwad. Later, he joined sugar factory as an assistant cane officer and reached the level of chief cane development officer. Then he joined US Bangalore. He involved in teaching, research, and extension activities. Since 1988, he also served as a warden and chief warden for a period of 8 years at university hostels. He published more than 75 research papers in national and international journals and 5 books and 3 chapters books. He attended more than 54 conferences and presented the papers. He also attended 18 national and international training programs. He also conducted 8 training programs and organized 11 conferences and workshops. He has awarded 5 awards in his credit, and he is also a member of 12 international organizations. He served as a principal investigator for 6 research programs funded by Government of India and Government of Karnataka. He also served as a co-principal investigator in 5 research programs, and presently he is serving as a co-coordinator in Agri Innovation Center since 2018, and he is promoting the innovation activities at UAS GKVK Bangalore. Now there are 17 incubators, out of which some of them are graduates, and he is also serving as a nodal officer at Youth Red Cross Society at the wing of US Bangalore. It's my immense pleasure to introduce you, sir. Thank you, sir. And the session is over to you, sir.
So, okay, thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. I hope the lunch period is going that. Thanks to the organizer and all team of the extension for giving an opportunity to deliver my lecture on that. My topic is agri startup for scientists and technology. I hope no technology or startups cannot be moved without the scientists or technology involvement. It's a very, very essential. It's a basic need on that. If you come to the various sector, probably after COVID-19, people know the importance of agriculture. Agriculture is now gaining a new heights, scaling up to the new heights by focusing on diversification. Agriculture can give anything for us: value addition, high-tech farming, precision, and also organic farming, agribusiness, lot of things. And people now, lot of entrepreneurs now enter in agriculture. So they become agri-entrepreneurship, and now they are doing lot of professionalism is there in agriculture. Earlier is not there. Agriculture is a large sector. People are neglected, but now the think agriculture, you have professionalism in agriculture, and also do the lot of commercialization in agriculture. I think you can slide share and I can do it. Or
Yes, sir. Sharing your slides, sir.
yeah, please say the first slide. Okay, agriculture is one of the main now boosting agribusiness. Now agribusiness having a starting from field to the mouth. That was the sector is widened now, and also a lot of food processing industry. I think now heard the Dr. Suresh have given a wonderful talk on how post as a value addition to the product. So if you take directly any millets, will not prefer it, but when add a value addition to that, most of the people will prefer that taste and other things. The another very important one, probably the globe. Now you call it as a village. So what is next? Everything you have reached almost. So everything opposite technology, everything is developed now. But what is next? The only problem is now in the future, the population. The 9.6 billion people. You have to feed 9.6 billion people in the year 2050. So that was the goal. Then the agriculture come to the important sector. Then anything else. So without food, I think we cannot do anything. So in that way, the agri startup, mainly from the scientists and the technologists, are playing an important role. Can you share the slides? Who is can you do myself or?
We have shared the slides, so you can tell us next.
Open it. Huh? Go to go to first slide.
Yes, sir.
First slide, please. Yeah, please. First slide. I think you have to open. Next slide. Next, please. Okay, that was the one thing. Always a very famous saying goes that there's a big things comes in a small package, but it is a very big for us. Just like we need things which can be created, lot of things. The startup in a human institution designed to create a new product, services under condition of extreme uncertainty. Now we need that extremity and conditions. Next slide. Anybody is working in that? Yes. Next slide.
It's not visible, sir.
No worries. Please change the slide. I'm already in the third slide. So please change to next.
Please tell me which slide. I am scrolling through.
Role of scientist, technologist in agri startup.
Sir, this one. Sir, the slide is visible to you?
No, but it is not moving.
Not moving.
Sir, wait a second. Might be some technical error, sir. Please wait.
Yeah, okay. The question is that, the main question is that, what is the role of scientist?
Enable editing and click.
That's not
Sir, is it visible now?
Slide not moving. Sure, please.
Enable editing ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದು ಮಾಡಮ್ಮ. ಎಡಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಎನೇಬಲ್ ಎಡಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡು. ಹಾ ಅದು ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡು ಎನೇಬಲ್ ಎಡಿಟಿಂಗ್. ಹಾ ಎಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಹಾ ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ.
Is it visible now?
It's visible.
Visible. Go ahead, sir. Visible ಅಮ್ಮ.
Share screen ಇದೆ.
ಯಾ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Sir,
ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ ಹೌದು ಓಕೆ. ಇಲ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ, ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗಿ ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು.
Sorry sir, sorry for the interruption.
Okay, well, I think there is always startup needs some pushing. I think that's the reason that I'll go and talk about that. What is the role of scientists or a technologist in agri startup? Probably there's a very important now. The science, technology, innovation, and partnership are vital to solve the 21st century problem. There's a lot of problems which can be solved only through the scientific research, produces discoveries, and improve the lives and the lifespan of the society. So when you come to the agri startup, India is having the third largest agri startup ecosystem in the world after US and Germany and China. So you have a lot of importance now giving. But the Indian agri ecosystem ranked number 37 in the global ranking of its top 3 cities, particularly Bangalore, New Delhi, and Mumbai. This is the problem. Okay, anyway, I'll just manage with that. Anyway, I want to see the slides at least. So you look at my based on my talk, you can change the slide at least. Okay. So that come to the India, it has a 49,000 startups in India, but out of which 80% of the startups mainly been confined to the technology, particularly the engineering science or other physical science, but only very 10%, 10 to 20% in agri startup. So there's 1,500 inventors are there, 250 incubation centers, and more than 25 agencies which are involving. So out of that, very less we have particularly for agri startup. So among them, there are some startups which created employment more than 85,000. So that was the main lacuna, but agriculture, particularly technologists, you have to show more interest in agri startup activities, so then get a more opportunity to work in that. When you come to the question, can technology change the agri sector? People who have a traditional agriculture, technology can help it to solve the problem? It is 100% was done in case of Israel, China, and US. There are 35 agriculture practices are being transferred with the help of the technology. So when you're done already in the other country, why can't in India? India has a lot of scope to take this technology to change the agri sectors. That is a very important one. So we have a lot of ample scope to work on that. Those countries, the countries demonstrate technology like hybrid seed or precision farming, big data analysis. the artificial intelligence, so many things. They are used as satellite monitoring and mobile apps. They are using farm management software, so many things. Those are the technologies which changes the agri sectors in other country, and India also has to be. When you come to the technology in agriculture, the first point you have to know is called conservation agriculture. That is a very, very important for this. Without conservation of agriculture, we cannot do anything, because we have to see the ecosystem, sustain productivity, and increase of profit and food security while preserving the things on that. Come this side. So nice. Okay, so conserve the before slide, I think. Your slide, next slide you're on. Please go to back slide. Yeah, roll out technologies and other things. And now go to next one. Yeah, next one. We'll have a conservation agriculture. That is the need of the day in the world, because you have to manage the ecosystem for improved and sustained productivity. You have to increase the production on the other side, and also you have to be sustain the productivity. That means sustainable productivity means without affecting the resources, you have to produce the produce in the long run without affecting that. And then increase the profit, and also food security is another way in which enhancing the force based on the environment, and also linked to the principle, namely continuous minimum mechanical disturbance, whatever. So then diversification crop and also arrangement. The second one is the another field which is not exploited in India. More than 80% of the biomass which are produced in the country not being utilized properly. It is just you are burning it. Like you know already in Haryana, Punjab, the burning the paddy straw, which has created a lot of problem in the pollution, the particulate pollution in New Delhi. Even High Court has taken initiation, even Supreme Court interferes in that, or green bench, whatever. So how to convert this biomass? 80% of biomass which are going waste can be recycled. You can get a wonderful things in that. So you can produce a lot of producers in that, like fuels, fibers, or some materials, chemicals. We can use a lot of things. The boost to the competitiveness in Indian agriculture, when you start using this, because India has a very diverse climate condition, the agri startup has a lot of scope to work in that. It is not there in other country. You are lucky. Actually, sir, India is a land of heaven, but the people you are making as hell and living in that. But the country like US or country like China, even including Japan, it is a land of hell, but people make the land of hell into heaven and living there. But India has a lot of resource and scope where agri startup can take a very lead things in that. So that is the one. There's we can boost a lot of things in that. If you come to the technology in agriculture, mechanizations, we can start with the first implements, lot of small implements. So during my visit to the Japan, I've seen, so no land is vacant in that. Even an empty site nearby house is always with either paddy or with the vegetables. That is cultivable. Land is actually, who is the person involved, you know? The persons working in that field is more than 80 years or 60 years. They are using a small equipment. There's a platform on the floor. They'll keep the equipment, small equipment, work in the field, and just keeping the equipment on the platform is there in the corner where the cement concrete is there. So like that, there's a lot of cultivation can be done even the small equipment. That is a need of the day where account also. They have harvest and post harvest implements, including saddles. So that can be done in India also. This is one of technology where people can do and do things like of things. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Now operate the slide. Okay. Then next is the smart agriculture. This is the one actually I told you where actually the technology help for agri sectors in Israel, in US, in China also. So these are the systems where we can have, you will not use properly precision farming, IoT for farmers, big data determines soil and crop wealth, future solar farming, apiculture, aquaponics, skycraping farming. So this is a field where actually a lot of scope are there, aeroponics, and also EMP, microphosphorated, and prevents the post-harvest loss of vegetables and food. This is one of the fields still have a lot of scope. We have a diverse plant system. Medicinal plants are there. We are not extracted the compounds out of it, and we can use this compound covered on the papers and then we use it under smart greenhouses, low-cost tissue culture. So one of the incubators in US Bangalore, he started working on low-cost tissue culture. Probably given to shortly, it will be given, technology will be given to the farmers or the public. He's working on that. How we can, tissue culture is not a big issue nowadays. Next is the crop improvement and crop management. Where in a low-cost tissue culture, they can grow even the microgreens and vegetables, whatever, at a cheaper rate. So this will come shortly from US Bangalore with one of the incubators, agri startup activities. The next is the crop improvement, crop management. So a lot of crops are there. We can do using management or growth promoters. You can use this hydrogel. Hydrogel is the one, I think all of you know that it's the need of the day. So one of the students, PG student from the US Bangalore, started and developed a compound or the blocks which can include a hydrogel and other thing that can be placed in the fourth side of the tree, where during the summer, the water which are conserved during the rain season, it will release to them. Later on, this hydrogel decomposed and give the nutrient to the plants. So that's how the trees can be developed. This is a student, a PG student has developed this technology. Like that, there's a lot of scope because that's what I'm telling. What the weed management, plant protection, these are scope where actually they come to the seed technology, seed treatment or nanotechnology, how to treat them. And aeroseeding, this is another field where actually, you know, the lot of empty land when you travel around any places, we can see the lot of empty land. The aeroseeding one which can be seed can be done and it can be germinate and survive for some time without rainfall. So then it can be grown. This is another concept where we can, by using the aeroseeding, whatever the land, whatever the hill area, the forest area where you lost lot of trees, we can use the aeroseeding. At a single stretch, we can get lot of plantation. I think I have seen when I was in Israel, the entire hill was without tree, but with the help of aeroseeding and the drip irrigation, they made a wonderful forest. Today I have seen actually a wonderful forest in that hill. So why can't possible? You can see a lot of hill in India also. We can do. So next slide. Social science is also important. People you forget it actually. Social science, marketing management, or extension activities, or economics. So these are the real need of the day. So that is actually we need actually social science where agri startup can take, and farmers produce organization, we can do that. And promoting the youth, actually there's a main problem is the marketing in the field actually. So for example, the product produced at 20 rupees at a farmer's field, that is sold 60 rupees in Bangalore. You just imagine, he has taken 14 to 18 months to produce that product, but he took only 20 rupees, but it was sold in the 60 rupees. The product is a jaggery. This is my experience, I have seen that. The jaggery is costing 60 rupees. If, for example, festivals comes, it goes to 80 rupees also. So that is the one actually social science, particularly take a lot of marketing or maybe it can be done. That's why I'm telling the scientist can be involved, the knowledgeable person involved, technology should be involved in that. So where we can get the things. Then next post-harvest technology, I think you heard the previous lecture. So value addition is really a need of the day and processing and can be storage for a long time and get a very good quality or maybe taste, whatever the preference, visibility and things we can also. Then another important field I told you, the biomass or crop residues and waste management. So it is not there in other countries, believe it or not. India has a lot of biomass, but you are not utilizing properly. Recycling of waste and production of bioenergy, value-added manures, composting technology. These are a lot of scope are there. Even if you take the issue, you can do the things, lot of things. I'll give an example. One of the engineer, he came from from US, started producing only compost. He took the waste around the city, Asan district, around the city limit of Asan, and took all those into his farm and make the farm and compost and making a valuable, good compost and selling at a very best price and provided around 200 employments. So that is how I'm telling that technology has a lot of scope in agri startup to do. The next, the field one which is neglected is phytochemicals. probably know most of them are using India as the one of the main hub for all medicines. Even though you know that the BP level is decreased, and even the sugar level, diabetic, even 200 is actually normal, 180, maybe 200 normal, but they're fixed for 120 because they want to sell the medicine. Who is deciding? India not decide that actually. The limit is decided by some other fact institute where the pharmaceutical industry, they are deciding. But India has a lot of that is a plant system can provide a lot of phytochemicals. This is the one field we are left with that for healthcare, nutraceutical for nutrition and other things. Probably nowadays you look at the Bangalore, more than 90% of the people lack of vitamin D. Except I'm happy that agriculture graduates at the institute working that have very good vitamin D. This was explained by to me when one of the doctor is a convert diagnosis recently got a Rajyotsava award. You only told that. So whenever you're testing, the look for any scientist, or usually I used to go for that every 2 years for master checkup. So you used to see the report, you were so surprising. Most of the agriculture graduates or agriculture sectors have vitamin D, very good vitamin D. It's the main lack of body pain, nail pain, but it's one of the reason I think even absorption nutrients. So nutraceuticals of another one, and even phytochemical control the pest diseases. That is another new ways. Not only on field level, even the post harvest. So during my visit to the Korea, I've seen a scientist actually. They extracted some compounds from the pines plant, and that compound was sprayed onto the cover. During the fruiting of, for example, mango or pomegranate, they cover the cover. That will take a protection till the consumer level. So no, you will not see any fungus or bacteria infection on that. So like that, we can have a lot of phytochemicals available in India because of the diversity. We can use those chemicals. This is one area where we can get a lot of. So next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, bioenergy. So 2040, India will not get a petrol and diesel. Just imagine yourself without petrol and diesel, how we can move. Just imagine 2040. So that is another field where need lot of things in production of hydrogen fuel cell and production of methane gas. It was there earlier, but you are neglected it. And biomass. I was the board member of biomass assessment study for India. So I did it in one of the taluk, where actually in that taluk, 80% of the electricity can be generated in the same taluk using the biomass. What are the biomass mainly? Agriculture waste, and in particularly in forest area, the weed which grows, sometime I think will catch the fire and kill all the animals and the trees. But if you remove those weeds and use for biomass production, so we can get 80% of electricity. This is another field where actually of 10 members, or maybe you can share your money, or you can invite some entrepreneurs, or maybe the financier available nowadays. So we can talk with them. We can start an industry to produce electricity in each taluk, and distribution is very easy because the transmission loss is around 4 to 8%. The transmission loss will be minimized when you take the electricity generated within the area. Next, hydrogen fuel cell. This is the next future again. So we have to run our vehicle only with hydrogen fuel cell, probably 2040 onwards, or maybe around 2050. We have to only depending on hydrogen fuels, zero emissions, burn. We can even generate hydrogen using the microbes or internal consumption, or maybe a lot of things that can. And biodegradable plastic. Probably I know all of you seen a lot of video how the plastic is created and polluted not only on land, even aquatic system. So now we can have biodegradable plastic using our plant systems only, using the plant extracts. The catalyst protease for inactivating targets and protease, and also another new future is Butamax. It's a biofuel replace for the ethanol or petrol. Can be, this is actually people have taken already work in that advancing low carbon activities. And these are the website. If you just click on that, we can see wonderful video how we can create and do things and other things. Next, please. some revolutionary technology intervention in agriculture. The people has done this chatbot technology for agriculture, Kishan Sevak, and data analytics for agriculture, micro design, the Internet of Things, IoT for agriculture, remote sensors and other things, input and output forecasting, analyze the data input, crop forecasting technology, online market platform for agriculture, blockchain technology for agriculture, distribution from farm to the market or global game. So these are the companies already started to make revolutionary in agriculture. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah. Other applications. These are applications are already working in other countries, but you have to use in our country, India particularly, artificial intelligence and others, remote sensing and POP package of practices. And US presently have a mentor and support several incubators who are developing such. I'm very happy to say, after 2017, I took as a coordinator for Agri Innovation Center US Bangalore. There are 4 engineers who actually came from having the big salary. Now they want to serve the people, developing the apps now for the farmers to support the farmers, both input material and output materials. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Let us come to the list of new innovation agri startups. Probably know all of you, most of them know non-vegetarian egg. Actually, egg itself is vegetarian if it's not when it's not grown in a confined weed. But still, we can produce egg from the plants. So this was done in already it is there. Egg is plant produced by the one of the institute. See, very surprised I'm looking that this is produced by the Indian Institute of Technology, not agriculture. There are technologists, they have started working on that. But we the agriculturists, we know the plant system, we know the composition, but not able to do the things. So we can use a soya, oil, whatever maybe. It's a lot of scope now. We can make a egg made under it. Another very new innovation recently come is called rim milk. This is called world's cleanest milk. The milk is, you know, when you come to the cow milk, is a major component is lactose. The lactose which adds the sugar to your body, number one. Number two, lactose is allergic to most of the people. Maybe 30% of the people are allergic to the lactose. And it creates cholesterol, saturated fats are created additional. Not suitable because sustainable because need a lot of water. The second one, when you want to produce a milk, you have to grow cow, need water, need land and energy. But milk without cow is possible. Yes, it is possible. So you look at that, there are 2 scientists or inventors, A.V. and Ori. The 2 inventors, they developed the milk by using genome editing and microbial fermentation method. They develop a bacteria, so the bacteria produce the milk which is similar taste as the cow milk. And it is very good for health. It removes all unnecessary things, lactose, cholesterol. So there is a video, I think I given the link to that. When you look at video, you'll see how the milk, as it was tasted by so many people, they are expressing. So they are not, they're just 2 cups they have given the milk. One is cow milk, another is this one. And now they came to know that in the bottom they labeled it without knowing that their taste is so good. We can see this video. So we can see wonderful things, how we can do startup activities. Next slide, please. Biostat, again, biochar based organic soil amendment. Technology is a soil additive. Again, you know, water holding, nutrient holding is required. You know, most of the fertilizer what you applied, only probably I think it is utilized only 20%, not more than that. But we can use the efficiency of fertilizer by this biostat or biochars, where fertilizer using efficiency can be increased up to 40%, which is another very good scope for us. Probably all of you know that when you applied nitrogen fertilizer, more than 80%, it is going as a waste or maybe dissolved in water, run out and go to the polluted rivers and other things. There is another one technologies we can build. So part of that, I think I told you one of 2 of our PG students have developed the technology to soil amendment technology. And Rebecca technologies help farmers monitoring aquaculture ponds, develop a solar power floating and measure different water parameters and oxygen level. So this is only technology. Those who are like to have aquaculture, you can use that. And SkyMet again, this is another company where actually this is one of the incubator. Actually, he did his masters and undergraduation in America, but he came to us as incubator. Kushal he's developed a very nice hydroponic culture. He's a very 3 kilometers from GKVK. Now he's an incubator working with our horticulture scientists. And because he didn't know about the crop cultivation, he didn't know about the pathogens, but you want support from us. This is why how the agri startup can help us. Limiting climate risk agriculture, reducing losses. So that is a SkyMet is mainly confined to the weather conditions. What are how the rainfall and the next one. Next slide, please. Challenges. When you start the startups, the first one is lack of awareness among startup about possible capital gains. So there's a main one, but now it is you have to check how to raising the capital. That is the government of India is giving a lot of support. I will come back to that. How the government is supporting for us in all the way to start up. Next one is spectral to new innovations. So that is where our scientists can support for them. So to develop the significantly improve the regulations. That's how the agri innovation centers or innovation centers are developed. Regulation agriculture sector stays subject to the strong influence from the central government, which may create confusion from various staff. That's one of the main lacuna where actually the regulation has to be changed. Recently, government of Karnataka is making a policy, agri startup policy, in that we have suggested. So you have to make a single window approval for all the activities. So that is how the problem can be solved. So whether there are India specific solution, that also we can look at. So not only the problem now, technology can be not only for India, it can be given to the world. So that's how the India specific solution you have to solve fast, then we go for the world. Next, please. Drawbacks. Investment in R&D. You look at an Israel as a small country than India, but their investment on R&D is very huge of their economy. So you are not even 1% of that. Now I think earlier the government has taken initiation to give more money around. Even China, any country you can go, even Korea, even go to any country in Western or Europe country, they'll give more money on the R&D. If you give any rubbish idea to the government, they will give money for it to create a long patent application review terms. Again, this is the one we suggested, creating value for customers, gaining customers acceptance, market, value capturing, protecting intellectual innovation strategies. So these are some of the drawbacks. Now the government of India has taken a lot of initiation on make a single window. That's what we are suggesting, a single window for that. Next one. And another one, your policy when it comes to the person. In that way, the government state as playing an active role in startup ecosystem, developing a key objective of the government as follows. The entrepreneurial activities facilitate the job creation. Now, I think government of India funding a lot of money and providing some support and facilitate all the members of the support ecosystem and to collaborate and be connected. So all these things has been discussed actually. Our probably the Prime Minister has kind enough to that support for this, because when you have submitted all this thing in the website, you were so happy that you even wished me during my birthday. So that much of concern he has, I'm very happy to say that. So the new innovations should enable policy particularly. Next one. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the government initiation. So government is supporting for startup, but you have to go and look and make what are that. Startup India is another program where the scientists can write a project in that and support the student. Then Atal Innovation Mission. So the another way we can get that funding for the all for particularly the scientists can write and do new generation innovation entrepreneurs development centers. And Make in India, the BIRAC, if idea is really innovative, they will give 15 lakhs without asking anything for you. So within 1.5 years, you make your idea into commercial. Every stage they are giving, starting from ideation to the commercializations. So a lot of money. The next is a venture capital assistance. They are giving the loan and subsidized rate of interest, where you can start your industry ideas or maybe make your product as a commercial. Next one, please. Funding for startup. You have a very big list. I'm just giving very few for you. So these are the agencies. We have a lot of entrepreneurs. So even after that, there's small scale industries and other things. So all institutes which are giving a lot of support to this agri startup. So one can, these are the agencies we can write then, and technology business incubation hosted by the ICR even providing. You get TBA is the one, I think in even GKVK, we have a TBA in collaboration with CCAP. If you present your idea, they will give funding for you. So like ICR norm, I think you have heard the lecture there, I think maybe a day before, from the norm also they are providing a lot of archive, Raftar and other things. So like that, the next one. Next slide, please. Yeah. So even DRDO is providing. NABARD is giving. I think you are also supporting, you are taking support of the NABARD now. You submitted a project for that. Even National Oilseed Vegetable Development Board. You go any institute now, they are going to support agri startup. There is a more than 40 institute which provide us finance for you. So as a scientist, we can write to that the agri startup for agri startup activities. There's another International Federation for Women in Agriculture. You look that it gives a lot of money for the women entrepreneurs. You are not exploiting. You're not exploiting any opportunities like other institutes and other things. No? Next slide, please. Okay, if you come to success, is there any success in agri startup? So look at that. There are public-private partnership. This is the main lacuna in agri-tech space. When I said this, people maybe laughed at. You know, another country, if any scientist working in particular field, the university will provide all the supporting for them. For example, professor retired. The next man who is an associate will promoted to professor. Then there is no assistant professor. They will provide an assistant professor on particular topic who is working actually as a contract basis. A PhD student become an assistant professor contract basis. That means what happened? When he has an idea, it has to be commercialized. The lab, for example, working on phytochemicals. They develop some chemicals. They want to test and finally release it. Till that reach, the same lab should not be discontinued. Not like in India. It is there is a very problem in India. They never like that. But in other country, even in Korea, every scientist in the Korea, they become a technical director for industry. That's what we need of that public-private partnership. I think the Vice Chancellor kind enough to promote this probably in future. We'll have a public-private partnership. If you have a public partnership, so we can give a technology and develop it. This is the way in which, and these are the examples. Agrigene, Ambergone, and Apis Protect Ireland, and these are the some of the public private institutes that are developed in collaboration with the public. And like that, these are the their emblems. And if you go to any institute, I think in other country, so most of them are always collaborated with the a private partnership. That's a very important and need of the day to make our technology commercialized. Otherwise, you start that. So finally, with a conclusion, the scientists and technology play a key role in revamping Indian agro-based sectors by giving a special emphasis on agriculture research. India is among the world's major producers of food products, and food processing industry can make a key in boosting the economic growth of the country. So we are a top position in the production of cereals, livestock, milk, fruits, and vegetables, even cotton also. The good investment opportunities exist in area for food processing industry like fruits, vegetables. The agri-tech startup will need to critically address the inherent issue like low landholding size, longer gestation periods in case of animals, lower return on investment, lower affordability among target groups, and skill and knowledge gaps among the farmers who are developing and popularizing their business. Selling products, technology to farmers widely recognized as a big challenge is the one area where many startups are still not figured out the successful. This is the main, so that one can be done. And the government of India is supporting a lot of things. You have to go and innovate and do the work on that. Thank you so much for the next slide. Thank you so much. And thank you, sir, for the giving. So any questions?
Yeah, any questions by participants, please?
Okay, we can now, if any questions, can you go to university website?
So wait a second, sir.
So please go to university website and click on Agri Innovation Center. So presently we have more than 17 incubators, but still there's a lot of development and there's a demand also. We're not, so now we are looking for the funding to support those innovative agri startup activities in US Bangalore. So no, university website. Yeah, go down. There's Agri Innovation is there down. Yeah, here. Look at, please click on that. The Agri Innovation Center.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So these are the website. Please click first page. Yes. Okay, it is a now you have just started very primitive, but even the technology was there in agriculture, but not in terms of startup.
Our department.
Okay, so you can see this website. In that we have a lot of information, contact details, and also we can apply if any entrepreneurs want to develop some technologies and come with the idea. Then there is a lot of, I think I've given the steps also, ideation and how we can do any startup. Start with the idea and the key features of that ideation. The first one, something you have any idea, just discuss with our scientists and can develop it, and concept development, then work on that commitment and validation. That's very important. So once you develop your product, it should be validated. So once after the validation, these are the main steps of the agri startup, scaling up. So once you validate, for example, the product is good for health, cure diabetic and lower the BP or something, just you have to go validation and scaling up and establishment of the startup, and establishment finally will go to the, you can have your own company. So it is possible for you and every scientist, a technologist working that if you work on particular field, we can achieve something and we can do become an industry or maybe entrepreneur and provide a job opportunities for that as another way of giving a product. So this is our website, and you have a list of that patents and the university details we have here. Okay, thank you so much. I hope, sir, thank you so much, sir. I hope that it can be seen in that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving such a brief information regarding the agri startups in scientific technology, regarding idea generation, incubation, validation, and also the financial supports and opportunities and challenges. Thank you so much, sir. It was a good presentation. Thank you, sir.
My talk is dedicated to the graduates or of the students of the universities, agriculture universities.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Because you have to take initiation. You all cannot expect a government job. So one, you can work on that. You can provide a job for at least minimum 10 members in your own village or maybe wherever you are. So that is enough. There is a possibilities there. There's a lot of scope for the youth particularly. This talk is dedicated to the technologists or the scientists of the agriculture universities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to inform all the participants that there is a feedback form which is given in the WhatsApp group as well as in the site. So please do visit the site and do fill the feedback form. And as for now, we'll have a lunch break and the session will resume at 1:30. Thank you. Thank you all. Please do join at 1:30. Thank you. welcome back everyone. So our next speaker is DN Amrish sir. Sir, are you there, sir? Sir, unmute your audio, sir. So there is unmute button at the left hand, sir. Hello, sir. Sir, I need your response, please.
Please come in.
Sir, you're audible. Yes. Sir, are you ready, sir?
Madam, 1 second.
Okay, sir.
Sakshi,
Yes, sir.
please come here. Anybody on?
wants to share your screen.
No. No. No.
Escape ಈಗ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Yeah, it's visible now. Yeah.
ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ ನಮ್ದು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ. 1 second.
Okay, sir. Now your screen is visible. You're audible as well. We'll have a brief introduction of you, sir, by my senior Chatra Ashri. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome to you all. Today, I would like to take an opportunity to introduce you, Dr. B.N. Amrish. He's an BSc Agricultural Marketing graduate from US Bangalore, but he did his MA in journalism and is doing PhD final year from the Bangalore University. His work experience is like this. He has worked as a program associate for 5 years in ETV Kannada, Annadata, an agricultural program. And he is a video editor for 2 years in Doordarshana, Bangalore. And he is a producer for 6 months in Suvarna News Channel. And he is a producer and director since 15 years in Shrishti Media. And he directed more than 400 documentary films in agriculture. And he has got Best Agripreneur Award from Manage, Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India, and Best Entrepreneur Award from University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore, and MSME Best Agri Enterprises Award, MSME Best Social Enterprises Award, Best Extension Worker Award from Veterinarian Association, Basavashri Award from an NGO. I would like to welcome you, sir, for the presentation. And the session is over to you, sir. You can present now.
Thank you, madam. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah, good afternoon all. Hope you had a lunch and I'm starting my presentation. So myself, Amrish, I started my entrepreneurship about nearly 15 years back. So with a lot of troubles, difficulties, and with passion to entrepreneurship, I had a great journey in about 15 years. So since 20 years, we are into this field. Earlier, I worked for media for 5 years. Then since 15 years, we have our own venture called Sushti Media. Here we do agricultural video films, and we have publications, and we produce documentary films, and also we conduct training programs for the farmers. So these are all the activities we are doing since 20 years, and serving farming community. It's a private extension activities in parallel to the government extension bodies. We are doing it on our own. So when I go back to my employee stage, so it's about 2002 year. When I was working in ETV, I had a lot of troubles in that one. So my job profile during my ETV work was, so we used to develop a content for the TV programs on agriculture. So we were working for the another program. There we used to develop content and again reporting for the television, particularly on agricultural programs. And we used to develop scripts for the documentary films. And we used to go to the field for video shooting for making TV programs on agriculture. And we did editing also. And we had managing anchor recording, studio management, and also production of video episodes for the transmission. These are all the activities we went through in the TV channel for agricultural program. So there I found a lot of problems. The basic was less salary. Even though we worked for 5 years, the salary was very less. We were not satisfied in the low salaries, and there was very less job satisfaction. Even though we had a very good experience in the work, but there was less satisfaction due to the less salaries, and I was unable to meet my family needs financially. So this made me to change my mindset to become an entrepreneur or to change for job during 2002. Then the reasons for choosing business for, there are very less number of opportunities for in government jobs. Since I did only UG during that time, I had very less opportunities in the government sector. And even for private also, there were very less avenues. So we could not concentrate on much job opportunities. And there was a stressful work. Since earlier we had about 10 members for the same program. Later, number of workers were reduced to 3 or 4. So a lot of pressure was there on production of a documentary film for a daily transmission work. Then I had a passion to become a successful entrepreneur. So these were the reasons for choosing my business. At the same time, I thought that earning huge money is possible only through business, that to be legally, because in job we were not able to get more salaries. There were no government jobs. So the best way to earn more money is business. So then I decided to go for a business. So at the same time, for my lucky, there was a training program on agri clinics and agri business centers. It was launched by Manage during 2002. So when I was working in ETV, so they started this training program. So I joined for this training program at Hyderabad. I attended for 2 months training program. Then I got some motivation, and there was a encouragement from the training center. So then I decided to quit my job and started my business journey. So I found a lot of failures also, and even I found success after several failures. My business journey had a few failures also. In the 2004, once I left ETV program, started my first venture. It was about sale of seeds and fertilizer. So I established my own seeds and fertilizer shop at nearby my native. So the difficulties which I experienced during that first venture was, I took the loan of 2.6 lakh from the nearest commercial bank, but they insisted for collateral security. There was no subsidy at the time. Then I gave collateral security for the loan, and financial crisis was for the working capital was faced by me, since the entire loan amount was used for the fixed capital, establishment of shop, then infrastructure, furniture, everything. But then I didn't think about the working capital. So I had some financial crisis at that time. So to meet the working capital expenses, again I borrowed money from the lenders, so with a higher interest level. So less confidence in full-fledged business, because of this financial crisis in working capital. So I had a very less confidence in business. The later on, after a few months of establishment, so my business started sinking because of very less working capital in seeds and pesticides, and also for fertilizers. So then sales was very less. Then automatically revenue was also less, and I took interest rates on the interest. So I was paying more percentage of interest for the private money lenders. Then I used business earnings for my family needs also. Since there was a need from family, I used business earnings for the family needs. With all these difficulties, so my business was not growing in a estimated level. So my first business was failed, but I didn't fail in my hopes. My self-confidence became more and more. Then I decided to diversify my business. So just I believe that my success had just been postponed. So I didn't lose my confidence. Then thought of diversifying my business into some other activities, which I had experience of media. I worked in media for several years, so I had the technical experience of video making. So thought that this diversification should be related to my experience. So then I started to make audiovisual films on agriculture for effective transfer of agricultural technologies. Then the strengths of our establishment of my business were, one is I had a very contacts with the scientists and government departments. While when I was working in ETV, I used to contact the scientists, farmers, and also officials of different departments. With that contacts, I encased that contacts into my business, and I had a video production knowledge also. It was an innovative idea. At that time, nobody was producing documentary films on or educational films on agriculture or some other subjects. So it was an innovative idea, and I had a will to do the business. With this sense, I started my own venture in 2004 December. Again, I took financial assistance from the State Bank of India. I shifted from a local town to Bangalore city. Then I borrowed another 5 lakhs loans from the commercial bank. And still I was unable to meet the expenditures for establishment of my business. So again, I borrowed another 5 lakhs from the private lenders or through my friends. So total investment was about 10 lakhs during 2004. So infrastructure which I developed through this business was, I established a soundproof editing studio for making video film production, maybe for voice recording, video editing, and for acoustic studio was built up, and computer editing software were purchased, and also with the camera equipments. These are all the minimum infrastructure required for my business. So established all these things with loan and also private money. So there was a poor planning in my business, second business also. Since I had no experience in business, so these are all experiences gained through my business. I had poor planning. Just because of this poor planning, huge investment was made. About rupees 10 lakh was invested on the business, which was very high at that time during 2004. And in the beginning, I selected one partner to assist my business, but he was not compatible. So again, I paid some royalty for him to leave the business firm. And there also I faced some working capital, because huge money was invested in the business for establishment of fixed capital and also for acoustic studio. So then due to the less working capital, again depended on the private finance. Here also I faced some difficulties financially. But anyhow, my concept was very good and it was very innovative. It was accepted by many people, even from the government departments and also from the farmers. So for the first time in Karnataka, we started producing documentary films or educational video films on different subjects on agriculture, maybe related to agriculture, horticulture, animal husbandry, livestock. We used to participate in all exhibitions or Krishi Melas. We used to put our stall there, and whatever the requirement from the farmers or inquiries from the farmers we get, according to the needs of the farmers, we started producing documentary films or video films on different subjects. So these video films were sold to the different farmers and institutes. Till now, we have sold more than 25,000 DVD copies or CDs to the farmers, and even training centers also purchased our CDs for screening to the farmers. and KVKs, Raita Samparka Kendras, and even for veterinary hospitals also we have supplied from Karnataka. And milk producing cooperative societies also we have supplied. They used to screen these video films during their animal health camp or during farmers meeting at their villages. And for bank officers and also for consultants, we have supplied these CDs. But in recent days, there is no demand for these DVD films because of social media involvement. So now we have hosted all these videos into YouTube channel. So till now we have sold more than 25,000 DVDs. And apart from selling the CDs, we used to disseminate the technologies or CDs to the farmers. And we conducted several night meetings or video screening camps in the villages. We used to gather farmers in the training centers and also in the villages. With assembling more than 20 to 30 farmers in the group, we used to screen the video films. And during the animal health camps conducted by veterinary department, and also through cable operators, we have supplied video films to screen locally. And in the recent days, we have hosted in internet or website also, and through YouTube, we have started forecasting these video films for the farmers at the free of cost, and we started getting royalty from the YouTube now. So apart from producing documentary films, again we have expanded our business ideas into making a documentary film for the institutes and also for the agencies or private companies. So here we get a lot of margin from the companies or institutes, because earlier we were producing CDs on our own. We used to spend money for the production of video film, and once we sell those DVDs, then only we were getting profit. But in this case, according to the needs of the institutes or companies, we used to quote a budget, and according to their requirement, we charge per film. So these are all the clients for my documentary film productions. We have developed a lot of documentary films for University of Agriculture Sciences and ICAR, IIHR, and several ICAR institutes, and even for veterinary department, World Bank, and many agricultural companies, and State Bank of India also we have made documentary films. So we have very good rapport in the industry, and we have done so far 400 documentary films, which is highest number in the agriculture sector. We have become very experts in making documentary films on particularly agriculture. And again, when we were participating in Krishi Melas or exhibitions, many people were asking for the books and also literatures. So then we thought publishing a magazine, particularly for livestock extension. And there were no magazines related to livestock or animal husbandry at that time, about 10 years back. And we started an exclusive magazine, bi-monthly magazine for the livestock sector. Like Pashu Siri, it was registered under the Register of Newspaper for India in Delhi. And since 10 years, we published this magazine. And in the recent, about 10 months back, we kept it hold for due to the corona incidents. Maybe in a short while, we will restart it again. And again, we were getting inquiries from the farmers to give training programs on livestock. We started several training programs for the farmers on a paid basis. So we used to collect 1,000 rupees from the farmers, and we were hiring a seminar hall or training center from Alumni Association RVS Bangalore. Then we used to gather the farmers, and we are inviting all the resource persons for the training program. We used to conduct a 2 days training program or 1 day training program. It includes field visits also to the nearby sheep and goat farms. So many people were happy with the training programs. And with this also, we get a lot of inquiries from the farmers to establish training center for other aspects also. Then once the farmers come to our office or for the training program, they used to inquire for the project loans or get for the preparation of project reports in for getting the financial assistance from the banks. So we have associated with several bankers, those who have retired from banks, and we used to get project reports for them. And we used to charge the farmers for this preparation of project reports. And with the several activities in the business, we started a concept like an integrated business system. Instead of depending on one business, so with the multiple revenue models we have developed through sale of agricultural seeds, we get a revenue, and through production of documentary films, we get a huge revenue. Since margin is more in these documentary films, we concentrated more on production of documentary films and hiring charges for editing studio. So many companies or many private producers also come to our studio for editing purpose. We have a video editor in our office. So we charge about rupees 700 per hour utilization of a studio. So like this, we get revenue through hiring the studio, and through magazine circulation also we get. And through preparation of project reports, we get service charges of 0.25% or 0.2% for the preparation of project reports. And whatever the films we produced, we approached several companies and banks to to place an advertisement in the film. So this through ads also we get a royalty or some revenue through that advertisements. And whatever the trainings we conducted, we charge for the farmers through the training programs. Also we started getting revenue, and we associated with several companies for sale of equipment on a margin basis. And apart from that, there is a huge scope for script making or maybe script translation from Kannada to English or English to Kannada in other languages also. So for other script writers or for other documentary films makers, we produce a script, we make a script, and also we do script translations from our organization. So now we are getting average income of 3 to 3.5 lakhs per month, and we have employed about 10 members for our office work. So earlier when I joined ETV, I was getting about 5,000 rupees salary. Then when I was leaving, I was getting about 20,000 rupees during 2004. But now that salary, now I started with 0 in the business. Now I'm getting more than 3,50,000 or 4 lakh per month. So apart from through the business, I earned a lot of money. Even my personal developments through business were, I established about 25 lakhs worth of office establishment, and I paid all the loans and debts which were made through my family and also for my business in the earlier business, and also in the recent documentary film business. I borrowed 2 loans from 2 banks. I cleared all the loans and debts about worth of 45 lakhs. I purchased vehicles about 10 lakh, and I had a savings of 20 lakhs. Then made an investment of 5 lakhs. So I realized that earning huge money is possible only through business. So this was my experience, and this was constructed through my business earnings. And I was very happy when I built my house through my business. Apart from earning money, so I received several recognitions and also awards, and the social status has been improved, and I got a very good reputation in the industry, and my social prestige has been increased through business. So in the 2017, I received a Best Agripreneur Award from Manage in Hyderabad. Then I received several awards and recognitions. In the last year, I received MSME Best Social Enterprises Award in the 2018. And also in the 2019, I received MSME Best Agri Enterprises Award from Nita University, Bangalore. From several NGOs, I received recognitions. My success story was appeared in the newspaper and also media coverage. So Manage Hyderabad invited me to represent my concepts to the Vice President of India, Dr. Venkaiah Naidu sir. And so far I given guest lectures of more than 150 to the farmers, students, and also from faculty of different departments related to the video film productions and also entrepreneurship. And so this is my success was, so because of consistency and continuity in the same business for a long time, so I received a success. There is a very good reputation in the industry because of my consistent business model. Called the Krishiranga. It has been registered in the register of newspaper for India. And we are going to start a TV channel, maybe online. In the beginning, online channel is started. Later on, we are planning for a satellite channel and exclusively for agricultural programs. And there is a good scope for a skill development training center. So we have planned for skill development training center. And just we thought of having a certification courses on agricultural journalism. Since I had a journalism I had a basic agricultural qualification and also then MA journalism. Then now I'm pursuing my PhD. So that with that journalism background, thought of starting a certification course on agri journalism. And recently we had an experience of supplying fruits and vegetables to the farmers during the lockdown period. So we have plans to establish a supply chain management for the urban clusters. These are all our future projects. This is my short success story. I hope it will be useful for the audience. So if there are inquiries, then I can interact with you.
Session is open for queries and questions.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Sri B.N. Ambarishaji.
Yes, sir, please.
Very good afternoon. Sir, I want a big hand for you because you are a very good and success entrepreneur in agriculture.
Thank you, sir.
So really, many congratulations from you, from my side to you.
Thank you, sir.
I am Dr. B.K. Sinha from Sukash, Jammu.
Sir.
So, sir, kindly tell me how can be as a teacher or as a student, how can we give the idea, which type of idea gives to the student to start the entrepreneurship, and what is the basic things about this?
Sir, generally we observe the present trends in the market. So whenever we meet people in the around the our area, so there is huge demand for different aspects. For example, right now in our area there is huge demand for millets and organic products in urban areas. There is a good scope for urban supply of millets or organic products to the urban customers particularly. There is one way we can focus for this one, and there is a good scope for urban landscaping also. So many urbanites looking for maybe indoor plants or maybe garden plants, maybe inputs for the plants. So like so we identify a scope for the present such type of businesses. Accordingly, we can motivate the people or students to take up the such activities. Sir. There are plenty of opportunities there.
Yeah. So can you give the suggestion in future?
Yes,
by the email or by your number?
Definitely.
Is it possible? Is
Definitely,
it possible, sir?
You can take my number and email ID. You can whatever the queries.
We have your email ID and number that is 988031070.
You can call me in that number so that I can explain in details.
Can you give a lecture online to our students?
Definitely, sir.
Agri graduates?
Sure, sir, sure.
MSc or PhD students?
Yes, sir. I conducted several guest lectures for the students in the US, Bangalore, regarding making a documentary film for the transfer of agricultural technologies, which is required for the students. There is huge scope for the students to become an entrepreneur, like they can become a translators, they can become a script writers, and they can, if they have good voice in this voice, they can become modulators or narrators. And in Bangalore, we pay around 5,000 to 10,000 rupees per script translate for narration. There are experts in the city, so that those who are having a very good voice, they can practice for voice narration. There is a good scope for that also. Such aspects can be given the train them in your session.
Because it's a very new idea. You are doing that.
Yes, sir.
New idea, except this dairy, fishery, this and this. You are exploiting the new area of this agriculture. So thank you very much. Again, congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any other queries from participants?
Sir,
Myself, Dr. Rajshekhar.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I have seen you in Krishimala, Dharwad.
Sir?
In your stall. Sir, please, I will arrange one guest lecture of you in my college.
Sure,
to
sir.
how to document the videos, all those things, sir.
Sure, sir. I'll do it, sir.
Help us in all those things. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
So regarding documentation, I can give some few highlights, sir. So can I share my views on the documentary film production?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So recently we did a success stories of farmers. So in documentary films, the basic idea is first before we go for shooting, we develop a script according to the needs of the customers or clients, or we identify the concept. According to the concept, we gather all the information and then we develop a script. Once the script is developed, then we plan for the shooting. So when we go for the shooting, we identify the locations and we select best locations for the shooting. And then according to the script narration, so according to the script content, we select the shots and we take videography. Then once the videography is done, then we go through the videos and according to the narration, whether is there any shots to be taken. Once the script is finalized, then we go for voice recording. For voice recording, we identify some professional artists, which they have a very good voice and either female or male voices. Then once they are identified for voice recording is done, then we do editing. We have our editing studios and professional softwares we have. Then once the video editing is done, then the master film will be submitted to the clients or the farmers for screening. And in recent days, many people will be having mobile cameras with HDR version of recording. Even with your handy cams or with your mobile cameras, you can record the visuals, the pictures or record visuals. So it can be edited on freely available softwares in the internet. You can download some freely available softwares in your system, and easily you can do the editing, and you can make 1 minute or 30 seconds short videos for training purpose or for communicating to the farmers, like that. It's a very simple process, and you can start your own production of short videos for the extension activities. These are simple ideas you can use for your technology transfers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Consistency and commitment to the same business will definitely lead us to the success. Thank you so much. The session was really wonderful and it was very informative and motivating. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait for a while.
Okay. Till our next speaker is ready, I have posted the link for feedback form in the chat as well as in the group. Please do fill it. Thank you. Ma'am, are you ready?
Yeah. Yes, girls, I am ready.
Okay, ma'am, we'll have a brief introduction of you by by faculty Yashashwini ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I welcome you all for this session that is Gender Mainstreaming in Entrepreneurship, Understanding Key Concepts. We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our resource person, that is Dr. Vijay Lakshmi KG. She graduated from Rural Home Science College, US Dharwad. She did her post-graduation in Food Science and Nutrition from US Bengaluru. PhD from Manasa Gangotri University of Mysore. Serving University of Agricultural Sciences, Bengaluru from 25 years, guided 10 students for master degree program and 2 PhD students, served as course coordinator for more than 30 training programs on food processing and value addition to the officers of developmental departments and SHG women. Also conducted more than 10 training programs on gender sensitization modules for extension functionaries during the year 2009 to 2015, received Best Paper Presentation Awards in 2002 and 2002 and 2009 for the paper presentations at seminars and conferences, published more than 30 research papers, 12 booklets, and 30 popular articles, participated in national and international seminars and conferences, and presented papers, successfully completed 6 projects funded by Directorate of Research, US Bengaluru, as principal investigator, presently working as co-principal investigator in the project entitled Center for Advanced Agricultural Science and Technology, Next Generation Technologies in Adaptive Agriculture. Thank you, ma'am. I welcome you to this session, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, girls, for a very nice introduction. And I really thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share some of my experience in gender mainstreaming in entrepreneurship. And I can't see the participants. Actually, I really miss the participants. And namaste and good afternoon. Very difficult to say good afternoon, you know, because post lunch session, you may feel very sleepy. This gender sensitization training program is a interaction session. So it is more good to have the participants in the hall itself, but we can't do that. And please, I need your kind cooperation. So let me start without wasting much time, because as it is, we have been given only 1 hour, and gender sensitization is a one, like we underwent a training in Manage for 5 days. And when we organized many training programs in Directorate of Extension, minimum number of days used to be 3 days. So it is difficult to cover everything within 1 hour. So let me try my level best. Okay. So this sentence, I think many of the resource persons must have told you. It may be a repetition also. There's a quote of Swami Vivekananda that just as a bird could not fly with one wing only, a nation wouldn't march forward if the women are left behind. Okay. So Jawaharlal Nehru said, I am quite convinced that in India today, progress can be and should be measured by the progress of the women. So all these people have already, then they had realized the worth of women empowerment, women entrepreneurship, and the the need for gender sensitization. So in 1991, the World Bank report said what emerges most forcefully from the review is that efforts to improve the position of Indian women need to focus on women as economic factors. The overall idea behind is, in India, the women do not have the purse of their own, do not have the income of their own. That is what they are lagging behind. And at this juncture, it's very much essential for the gender sensitization. because women are the critical agents of change. So there are many gender concepts. So I have been asked by the organizers to explain the gender concepts, because on entrepreneurship, many resource persons have already spoken to you. So let me explain some of the gender concepts. Okay, first of all, the difference between sex and gender. Sex and gender, they look same, but they are different. I don't know how many of you are aware the difference between sex and gender. So what is sex? Sex is biological differences which exists between male and female. Differences, that is with respect to sex organs. Okay, sex organs, the difference between the male and the female version is sex. That is why it remains same in all societies. If you go to UK, you go to US, you come to India, wherever, or if you go to Ramayana, Mahabharata, history and the present and the future, so it is going to be remain same. So we say it is permanent and it will not change with the change of time. Okay, but the role performance is specific in the sense it is a woman who has to give birth to a baby. It is the woman who has to breastfeed the baby. So like that, you know, the boy's voice may break at puberty, whereas a girl's voice will not break at puberty. So this is something like, because it is biologically determined. Hope all of you have understood what is the sex difference between the male and the female. So we can't do anything about the sex. It is biologically determined. It's God's given. Okay. Then what is this gender? Gender may refer to masculinism and feminism, or otherwise masculine and feminine. What is this? So this is socially determined. This is culturally determined. This is psychologically determined. So gender role is the one. In the sex, what all woman does, a man cannot do. What man does, a woman cannot do. It's like that. But in gender, there are some activities actually both can perform. And it changes as time changes. It varies from society to society. So I'll give you some examples. Socially, culturally. So I may say women have long hair. Okay. Men have short hair. So what is this? This is gender difference. This is gender difference. So nowadays, many girls may cut their hair. Many boys may grow their hair. So that fashion differs. Okay. Usually when we imagine a woman, so we feel she's wearing a sari. Okay. Pant and shirt. We refer to the man. But man, I have not seen wearing a sari, but many girls will like to wear pants and shirts nowadays. So something like socially and culturally stereotyping behavior, you know, we feel that we have to behave in a certain way. There are social norms, there is cultural, and I'll give you the example for psychological. So women are gentle, women are docile, women are beautiful. So such feelings about the women are psychologically determined, whereas men, they're brave, adventurous. Okay, men are strong. So what feelings? Suppose I say most of the men are drivers. Nowadays you find pilots also, as women are also pilots now. That's different. But when we imagine a driver, we always imagine that a man is driving a car. So socially determined, culturally determined, psychologically determined, differences what exists between masculine and the feminine. That is the gender difference. That is why it varies from a society to society. In US, it is different. In India, it is different. Okay, our culture is different. Their westernized culture is different. And it changes as the time changes. I'll give you an example. Draupadi in Mahabharata was privileged to choose her own husband, whereas maybe a century back, a woman was never given an opportunity for the selection of her own. It's like that, you know, it changes with the time changes. And there are some roles that both can perform. For example, That's what I told you. Women can cut their hair, men can grow their hair, and women can wear pant and shirt. And nowadays, women also drive the car. There is some tube light repair at home. A woman can do. The tea, husband also can do. So both can perform. This difference, what exists among us, that is the gender difference. So let me go ahead. That is what, there are some examples: cooking, child care, house care. Whenever we imagine such activities, we feel these are the one which a woman has to carry out. Whereas whenever we think like fishing, hunting, repair work in the home, and there is some furniture has to be repaired. So some child throws the remote of the television, so it is broken. That work also a man has to do. So that we feel it is a masculine role. Okay, a woman also can do that, but we feel that it is a man is appropriate to do it. So that is what the gender difference. And why we feel like that? The next concept is, what are the socialization agents and the socialization forces who are responsible for our feelings like that? So first of all, it is the parents. It is the parents. It is they who initiate. It is they who start. It is they who inculcate the stereotypic behavior among their children. How do they do it? What they do, as soon as a child is born, the child doesn't know whether it's a boy or a girl, but we parents dress them separately. We parents give them different types of toys. Suppose if it is a girl is having first year birthday, I may like to present a Barbie doll. Okay, if it is a boy, I may get a motorbike, a cycle, or a small car, as a toy. So dressing also, costume, we inculcate that the girls' dresses are different. They have to like that dress only. And boys, he has to wear some type of costume, whatever we feel. So it is parents who start that behavior and followed by teachers. How do teachers influence? So teachers may feel that a boy has to score more. Why he has to score more? Tomorrow he has to lead the family. He is a bread earner. So like that, so whenever the same mistake a boy also does, a girl also does. So we teachers, what we may do, like we may scold a boy more, thinking like that he's more tough. He can withstand my scoldings, number one. Number second, I may also feel that it is very much required that he has to study well than a girl. Okay, so that is the teacher's role. And peers, suppose a girl is not shy. She may be more bold. She is more gutted. So her peer group will ask her, will tell her, what? You are behaving like a boy. Okay, you are behaving like a boy. You don't feel shy, is it? So a girl has to feel shy according to the peer group. So boy, even if he feels shy, he cannot bend his head, because his peer group will tell, why are you bending your head like a girl? You are not a girl. You have to be bold. So he feels, okay, that he has to be bold. So that kind of a peer group influence is observed. And in school, there are different set of games. In the media, for example, media will say, earlier the Fair and Lovely advertisement was for only girls, means to inculcate a stereotypic idea like women have to be more beautiful. A girl is supposed to be more beautiful, like that, And even art and music and the play. So whenever we feel the tabla, so we feel a boy has to play it. So when we imagine a veena or a harmonium, a girl is playing that. So something like that. So there are many socialization agents and the socialization forces because of which we determine the gender difference. Okay. So why we need this gender sensitization? Why it is needed? Why this training program? In this training program, there is a topic called gender sensitization, understanding gender concepts. There is a reason. You know what? Agriculture is by and large an enterprise which engages men and women both in different activities with varying degrees of their participation. In fact, in rural areas all over India now, the participation of women is really more than men. However, we feel we more than farm women, we may give importance to farmers. That is there, but her participation is more than a farmer many times in many areas. So productivity of women compared with men farmers remains low relative to their potential. Why? Because they are left behind with extension support services, with trainings. Why? This is because they are more busy with their household responsibilities, with their child care responsibilities. Because of that, they may not be able to participate in the training programs. So as a result, they remain unskilled. Okay. But the research has showed that women farmers are as efficient as men farmers. They have the control for other characteristics. This you have been hearing, okay? But agriculture is becoming feminized. All of us know, we are connected with agriculture. We know that agriculture is not that profitable enterprise. Because of that, the men or the husband in a family will go out of the village, out of that rural area, to nearby town, to nearby city in search of job. So whatever agriculture activities in the land, that will be managed by his wife. So agriculture is becoming feminized all over India today. Attention to gender facilities, the achievement of economic and social objectives, but the ignoring gender can lead to lopsided development and project failure. This is for sure. Okay. Gender sensitization is therefore required. Why? We have to bridge the gap, which is very much required. We have to bridge the information gap between women and men. I think I have to repeat. It is men who undergo training. It is men who will be supported with extension support services. But agriculture is becoming feminized. So whatever technical information, technical updation is there, that information gap between men and women has to be bridged up. So that is the most important idea behind gender sensitization and differentiating gender-based human input in agriculture. We have to overcome the gender obstacles in agriculture. What are obstacles a woman will usually face? I'll be telling you a little later. And we have to organize and implement training with gender perspective in agriculture, enduring efforts to mainstream gender in all training activities, and developing action plan from a gender perspective. Why we have to do all these? Because the advantages are more realistic policies, more effective policies, more equitable policies. So everywhere the women have to be involved in decisions so that the women empowerment is possible and equality between men and women we can really achieve. That is the idea behind gender sensitization. I'll go ahead. Where all we see gender differences, social, political, educational, and economic. So what are social differences? See, whenever we send our students for the data collection, there is a column called head of the family. So always in front of head of the family, there will be the name of a man, because India is a typical example for patriarchal society. It is only a man who is called as the head of the family. So as a result, a woman remains powerlessness. And in most of the decisions, not most, all the decisions, so in some families, all the decisions will be taken by her husband only. So that is the difference, social difference. I'll come to the political difference. Whenever we go to lower level of politics, maybe in villages, in Mandal Panchayat and in Jilla Panchayat, we see women participation nowadays. But as the level goes up, like state level politics and the national level politics, then we find that the participation of women gets drastically reduced. So that is the political difference. Educational difference. For this also, I'll give you an example. Suppose it is a lower middle class family, lower middle class family, husband and wife, 2 children, they have a boy, they have a girl. Okay, lower middle class family with less resources, with less money, they have a boy, they have a girl, husband, wife, and 2 children. And both the children are very clever, they're very good in study. So both of them have the aspiration to study abroad. Then what decision parents may have taken? So parents will take a decision to send the boy abroad because they have limited resources. It is, I'm not talking about the affluent population. If the money is enough, then they may send the both. If the money is limited, then they may prefer to send a boy than a girl. So there exists the educational differences. We feel whether a girl higher education is required or not, the boy has to be educated because he is the bread earner tomorrow. He has to lead the family. He becomes head of the family. Okay. Economic control over productive resources. It is only a man in India. Why so? Because nothing will be in her name. So even if she wants to become an entrepreneur, she cannot get the credit or the loan facility because the land will be in her husband's name, her father-in-law's name, but not in her name. She's a good worker. She works from morning till evening. But whenever the ownership comes, she is not the owner of anything. So that is the economic differences. So we see gender differences, social differences are there, political differences are there, educational differences are there, economical differences are there. Okay, hope you have understood. Let me go ahead. So I actually said this word stereotype. Okay, while differentiating between masculinism and feminism, what we feel, how do we feel like? So what is stereotyping? The concept is stereotyping is based on prejudices and fears about certain social groupings seen as inferior to the dominant group. Naturally, now you know who is the dominant group. It is men. So women always feel that they are inferior to the dominant group. Okay, individuals are then judged according to their group. For example, we all have very strong stereotypic images. We will give you the examples are written on the slide. We feel women are weak. We feel men are strong. We feel women are more patient, more tolerant. Like, we also feel that men are bold, they are adventurous, that we feel women are docile, they are mild, they cry very fast, and they are kind, they are affectionate. So like that, this what feelings what we have like this, it will not be true with all the individuals, but we feel like that. And as I told you, even if a girl is bold, we make her weak. Even if a boy is not that bold, we make him bold. Because of the environmental influence. I told you that socialization forces and socialization agents because of that. So such what we feel about men and women, the differentiating behaviors, that is called stereotyping feelings. Okay, we have it, and it's very difficult actually. KAP, knowledge, attitude, and practice. Whenever we go to village, it's very easy to make them understand the skill. It is very easy to increase their knowledge. Suppose we give a questionnaire prior, we give a questionnaire at the end of the demonstration, their knowledge would have definitely enhanced. It is very easy to enhance their knowledge. But whenever it comes to the attitude, because all these is our attitude, so it's very difficult to change the attitude, isn't it? So now you may tell me, why are you talking about all these things, ma'am? Because nowadays women are we see so many highly educated women, all those things. Yes, it is true. The way we say India is a developing country, we are certainly developing, but it is not enough. Still, if you go to rural areas, these differences do exist. So gender sensitization is very much required at the grassroots level, Okay. And as extension workers, we are supposed to understand, first of all, we have to be sensitized. Though we know all these things, we notice these differences, but we act as if we have not noticed it. So it is very much essential that we have to be sensitized so that we can sensitize our farmers and farm women in rural areas. Okay. And one more thing that I told you that in gender disparities, gender discrimination, whatever, women have certain obstacles to come up in life. So one of her very important obstacle being she has to play. In fact, she is playing triple role, 3 types of roles. What are those? Reproductive role. She has to perform because she is a woman. It is she who has to bear the baby in her womb. It is she who has to deliver. It is she who has to breastfeed. It is her responsibility to bring up the baby. Okay, so that comes under reproductive role. Then comes productive role. You take agriculture, you take dairy sector, you take sericulture, horticulture, whatever, agriculture and allied. A woman is highly active in all agricultural related activities, which comes under productive role. We may say a woman, we may consider her as a non-contributor, but she is very much involved. As I told you earlier, it's feminization of agriculture. In fact, more than a man, in rural areas, it is the woman who carries out most of the activities. And then comes her community role, maybe with regard to medical facility for her children and the elders at home, and maybe education and drinking water facility, and all those things. It is she who walks around to have to have those medical or educational facilities in their own village. That comes under her community role. So women has to play triple role: reproductive, productive, and community. Same thing has been written here. What all she does under reproduction, what all her productive role is, what are her community role is. Okay. So see, again, we have listed, certain activities in agriculture like land preparation, sowing, weeding, transplanting, spraying, harvesting, and post-operative operations. In all activities, whenever you imagine any activity, a woman is highly active. And in case of dairy sector, when we ask who is doing everything, the cleaning the cow shed, cleaning the animals, and the milking, to taking the milk to the center, everything will be managed by a woman. Sometimes she gets the money also, but how to spend the money, the decision will be taken by her husband. Okay. In fact, she also wants it because that kind of a subordination is her bring up. So there is one more concept in gender that is called gender discrimination. Gender discrimination. Everywhere, including me, woman has to do 2 jobs. Taking care of the family, that is one part. Work outside the home. This is true in urban area also. Okay. Most of the women nowadays, whoever come out for work, so-called job-oriented job, the work which is paid in the form of salary. So they also are carrying out 2 jobs, taking care of the family and working outside the home, for which she needs the support of her husband, and she expects him to share the responsibility. And she feels with family assistance, she can be a happy woman. But I don't think all women are happy. Wherever she gets the family support, and in a family wherever her husband shares her responsibility of housework, a woman is definitely happy, otherwise no. Okay. And somehow it is been considered that women are inferior to men, and girls in most of the families in rural areas are seen as temporary family members. Anyway, our daughter is going to marry and she will join some other family, so she will no more a family member of us. So why do we care so much? Why do we spend so much money on her? This is the attitude of most of the parents in rural areas. So what is the consequence of this stereotypic thinking? girls will grow up with low self-esteem. Hope you know self-esteem is what we perceive about oneself, what one thinks about oneself, okay, and the aspirations. So they grow up with low self-esteem, low aspirations, and end up with low self-denial, okay. Usually you may have seen the farmers, not the farmers, in general, the men. Whenever you ask them a question, what are you? So they may tell that I'm a farmer, I'm a manager, I'm a doctor, I'm a teacher, I'm a professor. But the same question, when you ask a woman, she identifies herself as her relationship to a man. I am the daughter of somebody. I am the wife of somebody. I am the mother of somebody. So this is how the condition of many women in our rural areas, isn't it? So what happens with the low self-esteem, low aspirations? One should be very ambitious to become entrepreneur and all. So when their expectations are only low, then it is very difficult to motivate such women to become great entrepreneurs. But it is possible. I'm not telling that it is not possible. It may be difficult. So there is, see, the situation is there is hardly any representation of women in the project planning at district or state level. And women are excluded from the core of program implementation. Women traditionally responsible for providing water to the entire family, but the decision about rainwater harvesting or something like that lies with the men. Women is responsible for fuel, wood, fodder, but the men has the control over the earnings and access to decision making. This is the most important. Decision making only is an important step. So access to decision making are not equal in Indian rural areas between men and women. The inequality is very much there. The activities which are considered of low value or those which don't have the element of market or money. This is more important. The activities where the money is involved, the men think that it is their sphere. Okay, if the money is not involved, if then it is of less value, such activities, they feel that it is the sphere of women. And I don't know whether you are telling yes or no. That I am not able to hear you. In the end, I'll ask. Okay. So there are some facts about women's work. Hope you know this, or somebody may have covered. I don't know. It's a like a common statement. Like women constitute half of the world's population. They do 3/4 of the work. This has been found out by research, but receive only 1/10 of total income. And second most important factor is lack of skills. Rural women who contribute at least 50%, because in most of the rural areas, women contribute more than 50% in food production. They receive little or no agricultural training. So how can you expect the agriculture to be a profitable enterprise in such a case? And between 85 to 90% of labor in world export manufacturing zones is unskilled or semi-skilled. Okay. And the third, a very important fact about women is women's work day is longer than that of men. And second, women care for her children, cook meals, and so here I really give I'll tell a story of for 1 or 2 minutes. An extension worker, one day he comes to a rural area. So he will ask somebody, what are your wife or what your wife is doing? So he says, not working. She'll be at home only. So this means that a woman's work is not measured in terms of money. That's what he feels. Otherwise, all of us know that it is a woman who gets up early in the morning, than everybody else. And it is she Who cooks breakfast? Who cooks breakfast? Who has to cook the lunch? Who has to make her children ready for the school? There are so many works in the morning. Okay. And during which many men may read the newspaper, may enjoy the tea or coffee, whatever is served by their respective wife. Okay, so that is how it is. And if the breakfast is getting delayed, then the children feel irritated. A man also may feel irritated. Okay, then they go to the respective, he may go to field and the children may go to school. After that, the remaining works, whatever washing and cleaning of utensils, whatever is there, she'll finish off and she goes to the field. She will be involved in agriculture activities. Maybe that day she may be doing weeding, spraying, or whatever she has to do that particular day. And after coming back from the field, usually a man takes rest in the evening, so he will have enough time to chat with his friends, or otherwise he may watch TV also. And the children will be busy in their homework, or they also may watch TV. Whereas a woman, she is not free because she has to cook the dinner. She has to prepare for the next day cooking, or she may have something to stitch, something to iron, you know. She may assist her children to do her homework. So there are so many works. So a woman's work day is longer. As a result, in a long run, it is a stress. So we say it is a woman is overburdened, which actually affects her nutritional status as well as her health status. So we do find high maternal mortality rate and limited access to medical and health facilities. Why there are limited access to medical health facilities? Because a woman always feels that more than her health, her husband's health is important. The husband also feels that his health is more important than his wife's health. So like that it is, we feel, because she feels herself inferior to men. And she doesn't have a purse of her own, because whatever she is doing as a housewife, household works, it is not measured in the form of salary. So she will have limited access to medical and health facilities. But yesterday, I think our Dr. Jamuna was telling about the nutritional requirements and all, you know, because a woman, it is she who has to undergo pregnancy, delivery, lactation, all those important stages where the nutritional requirements are high. So it is not satisfied. That is why they suffer from chronic malnutrition, and 2/3 of women are anemic, what we see. So we overlook the economic contribution of housework of women, and we consider, I mean, in general, our general population consider women as non-contributors, which is totally wrong. So what are her gender needs? These are the concepts. I am covering the key concepts in gender one by one. So coming to the gender needs, what are her practical gender needs? More importantly, her work burden has to be reduced. And the most important strategic gender needs are reduce the subordination of women. She has to be treated equally. So when she is treated equality is there, then that subordination gradually has to reduce. Okay, and to achieve greater equality with men, what we can do is we have to raise her status, power, and we have to respect her choice. So there should be a close gap between wages and the legal rights and the asset ownership, all those things. But it is harder to achieve, and which needs support of government and NGOs and the political will. Okay. And there is a very important concept called gender budgeting. So what is this gender budgeting? Gender budgeting is a separate budget for the welfare of the women. So it's written here. See the second point. It's a dissection. It's a dissection of the budget, and earmark some budget only to the welfare of women. Otherwise, if it is pooled, then it will never be utilized for the welfare of the women. Here, I'll give one simple example. Whenever the children go from 7th to 8th, I mean from primary school to high school, lot of children dropouts were seen some time back. So government tried actually. They started giving free books, that free, this free. Then also the situation never improved. Then there was a dissection of the data. I mean, sex disaggregated data. So when they took that data, they found out that it is only the girls who are dropping out from 7th when they go to 8th. Why so? Because those girls, mothers used to feel that it is enough. She has studied till 7th. Let me put her to household work. Then government started giving a bicycle to the girls who enters the 8th standard, who registers them to the 8th standard. Then the dropouts drastically reduced. So what I'm telling here is the dissection of the data in information, to collect the information, dissection of the budget is very much required for the welfare of women. So there are many gender budget initiatives. It was in Australia, Philippines, South Africa, and US. We are also not left behind. Even in India, in the 7th plan, in the 8th plan, I'll be covering this a little later. The 9th plan, you know, and in the 10th plan, and the findings of that plan. So we have, we also have taken lot of initiatives, because of which the situation is really improved. Women have developed today, but it is not enough. That's what I am able to, I am telling you to convince. My overall idea is to convince you. So the one more concept here, what we are supposed to learn is equity and equality in gender. Again, the words look the same, but it's different. Equity is a way, equity is a means, whereas equality is the result. Equality is the result. So equity is like being fair. Being fair is equity. And the result is equality. Okay. Again, I repeat those 4 sentences we cannot forget in gender sensitization, that women perform 2/3 of the world's work. Women earn 1/10 of the world's income. Women are 2/3 of the world. Of course, the number of illiterates have come down like anything, but whatever we have, the statistics as illiterates, out of which when we take the sex disaggregated data, then it is 2/3 are women only. So women own less than 1/100th of world's property, because nothing will be in her name. She is a worker. That's it. So overall, the idea behind of understanding these key concepts is to achieve gender mainstreaming in agriculture. So what is this mainstreaming? Increase the opportunities for women and men to exercise their rights equally and gain equal access to and control over the resources equally. That is called gender mainstreaming, for which the empowerment of women is very much required. Okay, so how can we achieve all these things? How can we achieve this? We have to create awareness among men. Why among men? Also among women, so that women can take an active part in community activities. Okay, and during the meeting, during some decisions, women have to participate and they have to express their views. And to express her view, we have to motivate her, because it is difficult. I tell you, in 1995, when we organized a training program in a village, I called a lady. She was a Mandal Panchayat member, and I made her sit on the dais. She was not very comfortable to sit among the, among other men. She was not so comfortable. Maybe it is first time she is coming out of her house. And whatever we ask, she used to tell, I have to ask the husband. Okay. She again was elected as a Mandal Panchayat member. So after say 5-6 years, again we happened to organize one more training program in the same village. By then, she had improved so much. She was bold enough to express her views. What I'm telling, like, if you motivate her, if you support her, she will be able to, she is capable. The thing is that subordination, because of the bring up, because of the stereotype thinking, so she may feel she is inferior, and for some time she may hesitate to speak in the public. But as the days go on, as we support her, she will be able to definitely express her views. So we have to give equal wages in the works, and technical and social support has to be given. We have to build her capacity in leadership skills especially, and we have to create social space. We have to sensitize the government. We have to sensitize everybody, in fact, and we have to organize gender sensitization training programs. Though it looks very simple, though it looks very simple, but gender sensitization is very much required for the women empowerment, to make them as entrepreneurs and to make agriculture as a profitable enterprise, for which we have to organize women into groups, because unity is the strength after all. Okay. And we have to find more and more technologies to reduce her drudgery. I said she is overburdened. I said she is at stress. Her working hour is too long. So to reduce her drudgery, we have to have more and more agriculture implements. We should have innovative credit programs, because the land is not in her name, like that. We have to expose her to training programs, and we have to involve her in decisions, and collective farming can be encouraged. So by doing all these things, we can empower her. Okay. And I am from Food Science and Nutrition Department. Actually, this is my I like this topic, nutrition and health issues of farm women. I don't take much time, but I want to share my views about nutrition and health issues of farm women, because this is also very important. As I said, it is a woman who has to undergo pregnancy, delivery. Of course, old age is the same between men and women. So, and there are gender disparities. I tell you, suppose there is only one glass of milk with a mother, and she has a boy and a girl. Naturally, in most of the families, that woman likes to serve that one glass of milk to the boy only. Why so? You only have to answer. Okay. I am the professor of food science nutrition working in this agriculture university. So I make dosas. Imagine me making dosas. So one dosa is thrown, I keep it aside. Next dosa has come out well, I may serve my husband. The other dosa also has come out well, I may serve my children. So that torn dosa, I may only have to eat. I prefer to eat. So that is how a woman's tendency is. So because of all this stereotypic behavior, a woman will be, her nutritional status will be more poor than a man. You may find this like when you go to a hospital or a clinic, you find more women than men, because her nutritional status is poor. Because of that, she will have some health issues. The lack of education, and she is not having purse of her own. She works, she is overworked, there is drudgery, she is at stress. However, her work is not that recognized, and because she has not undergone any trainings, most of her work is unskilled. I tell you, many of girls in Bangalore urban, they go to garments. That tailoring work, it is they who do. But the supervisor who supervises almost 50 to 100 girls in a day will be a man. So it is like that, it's unskilled labor. And we have female infanticide still. We have atrocities, though it has come down, but it is there here and there. And I told you it is a patriarchal Indian society, so we have that powerlessness for women, and there are gender disparities in nutrition, because of which there is malnutrition. So girls never reach the full growth potential. So whatever is the gene, suppose my gene says I have to grow to 5'4", 5'5". If I'm nourished well, I'll become 5'5". If I'm not nourished, then I'll stay 5'2". So it's like that, To reach the full growth potential, the nutritional status has to be good. So we find anemia, and anemia is more common among women. It is also because they undergo menstrual cycle on monthly basis, but it is also because they are not well nourished. Okay. Why all these things? Because of poverty, because of low purchasing power, because of the ignorance about the balanced diet, and their hygienic conditions are poor. And as I told you, family distribution. If there is affluence, suppose in a rural family, suppose the family cooks non-veg, okay, meat curry. If there are a lot of pieces, then no worry. If the pieces are less, the person who eats first is, he gets enough. The person who eats last may not get any pieces. And as you know, it is always a woman in a family who eats last. So that is how the family distribution. I will not tell much about it because you can understand all these things. And a woman is at stress by stress. When she is overworked, naturally it is a stress. So this cycle, I always tell whenever I go, and I really like this cycle. Suppose a woman, okay, a young woman, her nutritional status is poor and she becomes pregnant and she's not taken care of properly. So she will certainly give birth to a less healthy baby, or otherwise she may have a baby of lower birth weight, LBW. Okay. And imagine that that baby is a female one, a female infant it is. So again, there are gender disparities and she is not that educated. And again, when she becomes an adolescent girl, again, her nutritional status will be poor. In fact, her nutritional status, we may expect to be more poor than her mother also. And then if she becomes pregnant and she delivers a baby, naturally she will 100% will give birth to a less healthy baby. So as the cycle continues, it becomes more and more worse. So some way the cycle has to be broken, means her nutritional status has to be improved. Okay, so the low birth weight and the maternal mortality, morbidity, mortality is death and morbidity is the disease condition. So all these things, these are the consequences of her chronic malnutrition. And there are some health issues which I have to tell at this point of time. There are very limited safe options for contraception for the rural women, and sterilization is highly gendered. You only go and collect the data. If you survey 100 families, at least 95 families, if they have undergone family planning, it is only the woman who has undergone family planning. It is the tubectomy. Tubectomy is so common. Vasectomy is not so common. Okay, so that's what that's what is written here, that sterilization is highly gendered, and many women will get back pain because of calcium deficiency. She has become pregnant, and the breastfeeding, the milk is so rich in calcium, and her calcium, whereas the intake is less, so that bones will have less calcium. So as the age advances, she will get back pain. And hysterectomy, that is the removal of the uterus, are performed without any cause most of the times, not because doctors are cruel. If they suppose a lady comes out with some gynec problem, and she may have some hormonal issues also, and the doctors will write hormonal therapy. Those hormones are so expensive and she doesn't have a purse of her own. So it is likely that she will not take those hormones, and next year she will come with more complications. The doctors feel if a woman is very poor, to save her life, they may do hysterectomy unnecessarily also many times. Okay, and if there are any vaginal infections, she may not report only. Anemia is also not treated. And then about the mental health, we Indians, if we get fever, we say loudly that I have fever. If we have a headache, we say loudly that we have headache. If we have some depression or phobia or some mental health problem, we try to hide. According to us, mental health is something like we should feel very shy to express it. In fact, we never go to a psychiatrist to cure or to overcome that mental health issues. So that because of the overstress, it is likely that many women around the age of menopause may get some kind of mental health problem also. And these are some reproductive problems. It is because I told you it's a sex difference. A woman only has to undergo pregnancy and delivery. So as the number of pregnancies are more, her life is at risk. And there are many high-risk pregnancies, like she may become hypertension, she may develop diabetes during pregnancy, she may be an anemic pregnant woman, she may be an adolescent pregnant woman. So all these are called high-risk pregnancies, and if that is the case, she is at risk. Okay, and in rural areas, many times we see pregnancy at a very young age in the sense of she will be an adolescent. She has only not grown full, and she has to support the growth of the baby in her womb, which is not possible. Okay, and pregnancy at older age nowadays in urban area, because girls are becoming more ambitious, and they want to study till PhD, whatever, they want to have a job, they want to have job security, and later they marry and then they become pregnant. That is also a risk. And unwanted pregnancies, some rural women hide and they end it with some nati vaidyas, and it's unsafe abortions actually. And if a woman belongs to large family, her caretaking may not be enough. So all these reproductive type of health issues are also associated with women. Okay. Because when we have to undergo gender sensitization, these are some of the facts what we are supposed to know. And coming to the energy intake, see this minus, because they work more and they eat less. As a result, many of our farm women maintain negative energy balance. That is why some of the women are so thin, extremely thin, which is also depicts their nutritional status. So in agriculture, state agriculture universities have actually come out with many drudgery reducing household equipments in order to help the farm women, and many farm equipments. Okay, but to use these equipments, they have to be trained. I told you many of the women will not undergo such trainings, and they are not able to use these implements. They unnecessarily take strain, and they will be at stress. Okay. So this is the next part of our it's time. 5 minutes more. Okay. So I'll cover this empowerment and entrepreneurship very quickly, because I think from Monday you are hearing the words empowerment and entrepreneurship. So empowerment in the context of women's development, it is to increase her ability to shape her life. And entrepreneurship, I just quit. Okay. And see, I told you there are many Indian initiatives. In the first 5-year plan, there was welfare approach to women's problems. In second 5-year plan, Mahila Mandals were organized. In third 5-year plan, the focus was on female education. In fourth 5-year plan, they considered education for adult women. Okay. In the 5th year plan, family planning was given more stress. In the 6th 5-year plan, 3 spheres, 3 thrust areas were noted: health, education, and employment. And in the 7th 5-year plan, underprivileged women were taken into consideration. In the 8th 5-year plan, it was in the development process, we made women as equal partners. In the 9th one, women issues were considered in the policy making also. And self-help groups, which was a very, very success in India. So those came into picture in the 10th 5-year plan, and gender issues in the 11th, and the last 12th 5-year plan, the focus was on health, education, urbanization, and governance. Okay, and there are some schemes also: Swashakti, Swayam Siddha, Swavalamba, and there is relief and protection and rehabilitation to women in different circumstances, like the women who don't have anybody. Okay, for such people, there is a Swadhar. So the major objectives of generating technologies are many, and out of these, from food science nutrition, it is value addition technologies. There are many ways of generating technologies a woman can become entrepreneur. So what is the need for value addition technologies? There is a heavy list. There is a competitive market. People have become more conscious, and there is export potential for ethnic products. Okay, there is enhanced consumer demands. We are becoming more and more health conscious, and due to urbanization, many working women, they need instant mix. They feel that those instant mixes have to be nutritious also, and they can quickly they can cook and serve. So demand for such foods are on increasing trend. So we usually, whenever we go to village, we give training programs not only to give awareness on their nutritional status, how to improve their nutritional status, and what is the balanced diet. Not only that, we teach them skill also on value-added products to make them as entrepreneurs. Okay, we have done a lot actually. Some time back, we used to demonstrate how to dehydrate the green leafy vegetables, locally grown green leafy vegetables. They can dehydrate it and pack it and sell it, so that it is easy for the urbanites to cook now, because all of us know that green leaves are very nutritious. So this is recently in the CASH project, we have developed a kodo millet kakra. Millets are very good for health. They are rich nutritionally. They are superior to rice and wheat, as well as they have a lot of health benefits. I mean, towards lifestyle disorders like diabetes and hypertension, and because they are rich in phytochemicals. So we have developed a kakra out of kodo millet. This is our sensory evaluation chamber. The product was highly acceptable. Okay, and this is, we have also done kodo millet dosa mix. These are the dosas prepared out of that mix. We have developed kodo millet idli mix. This is the idli out of that mix. We have developed kodo millet pulao. We have packed, and it was safe for consumption for 3 months, even if we keep in room temperature. We have done kodo millet upama mix. Okay. We have done roti mix. And these are the burfis what we prepare. These are milk-based burfis. We have incorporated kodo millet into it because the project was on kodo millet. Very recently we have done it. And we have done, see, this is beet leaves. These are beet leaves. We cannot make either sabji or a curry out of it because it has astringent taste, but it has a lot of phytochemicals. It is antimicrobial. In fact, it is very much antimicrobial. So we have developed
papads and a soup mix from beet leaves, and this ivy gourd, which is known as an anti-diabetic. We dehydrated the ivy gourd, made into powder, and we have developed many bakery products out of ivy gourd. Okay, and these are some of the value-added products like leather and squash and cookies out of muskmelon. We say karbuja. We call in Kannada muskmelon is karbuj. It is a very perishable and it is available only in summer. It's very high in moisture content, like 90%. So you cannot keep it even in the refrigeration. You cannot keep it for more than a week. So we developed some shelf-stable products out of muskmelon. These are muskmelon chocolates, muskmelon kheer mix, and because muskmelon it will have a lot of seeds. So from those seeds, we did chikki, which was highly acceptable. And these are some of the products out of tapioca. We say maraganasu. Okay, we developed tapioca biscuits and vermicelli and upama. And this is the hibiscus, which everybody grows. So one of my students, she dehydrated this hibiscus and she developed hibiscus powder, and she dehydrated and made the powder. And by incorporating that powder, she developed chocolates and juices and cakes and Shrikand. Shrikand also she put hibiscus powder. It gave a nice flavor as well as color to it. Okay, hibiscus gulkand was also very delicious. And then the mango ginger. I don't know how many of you know mango ginger. It's like a medicinal crop.
So it looks like ginger, but it has the flavor of mango. So it is called as mango ginger. It is very rich in antioxidants. So we developed a murabba and mango ginger tea. It's like a green tea. And this is a mouth freshener. This is toku out of mango ginger. So these are some of the value-added products what we have developed from Fruit Science Nutrition Department for the value addition technologies. By training, we want to train the women on these value-added technologies because women are interested in cooking, so they can become entrepreneurs out of it. So that's it. I wanted to share some things about the gender concepts and how we can lead to entrepreneurship. So now, any questions? I try to answer.
Any questions? Briefly, we can answer the questions. So because the next speaker is also in the waiting, ma'am. So
Ma'am, hello.
1 or 2 questions.
Oh yeah, I'm hearing.
Ma'am, how actually gender mainstreaming and gender nutrition you have told, and also gender budgeting is helping for your entrepreneurship development? What are the ways we can develop?
That is what I told you. We have to organize women into groups because unity is the strength. We have to sensitize the women. We have to sensitize the men also. They have to be given equal opportunities. They should be involved in decision making. There are so many venues. I told strategies where we can overcome gender that is called gender mainstreaming, overcome gender obstacles. We have to help her. We have to train her. We have to involve her.
Okay. But for developing entrepreneurship, we have to because we have to help them for financial strategies would be there.
That is what innovation.
Like you have told that. You have told that the self-help group one is one of the most important one. That is for empowering the women, also development of entrepreneurship. Like presently, different farmers producer organization is there also, where the farmer different women in a village level they can organize and produce the village level producers, and they can organize into. So actually, that's you have told the gender budgeting. I could not understand, but how gender budgeting is related to the entrepreneurship development.
Sir, it is from the government. It is from the government. It's a recent concept. Like they earmark some of the budget only to women welfare programs. That money has to be utilized only for the upliftment of women.
Okay. Very good.
Any more questions?
I think no more questions, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It was very interesting session. Even we are in the developing country, there still exist gender differences, gender discrimination, gender stereotypes. So we need to come out of that and we should become bold. Thank you, ma'am. Women to become an entrepreneur, there may exist obstacles because of the triple role they play. So we should overcome all those. We should stand in a society. Thank you for giving such information, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
And I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Y.N. Shivlingaya, sir, Professor, Department of Agricultural Extension, US GKVK, Bangalore.
Sir, I need your response.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, we will have a brief introduction of you, sir, by Chatra ma'am.
Okay.
I would like to take this opportunity to introduce you Dr. Y.N. Shivlingaya, sir. He is obtained his BSc Master Degree with Gold Medal and PhD in Agricultural Extension from same university, that is US GKVK, Bangalore. He joined College of Horticulture, Mudigere as Assistant Professor of Agricultural Extension during 1995, and he served in different capacities as a Program Coordinator, that is KVK Konnehalli, Tumkur, Samiti Coordinator at Directorate of Extension. Now, currently he is working as a professor in the Department of Agricultural Extension, College of Agriculture, GKVK, Bangalore. Dr. Y.N. Shivlingaya, sir, was responsible for establishing soil and water testing laboratory, rainwater harvesting model, dryland horticulture, farm pond, micro irrigation system and horticultural nursery, plant clinic and disease forecasting unit, seed production in ragi, red gram and minor millets at Krishi Vigyana Kendra, apart from conducting training and demonstrations. He has offered several UG and PG courses and he has guided 8 MSc students and now is presently guiding 3 PhD students, and he is also served as an advisory committee member for more than 15 students. He is actively involved in JRF coaching with brainstorming sessions and conducting mock tests for final year UG graduate students in social science stream regularly. Nearly 8 to 12 students got PG admissions every year in ICAR and SAU institutes across the country from last 5 years. Apart from this, he has provided work experience opportunity for the students under RAVE program. He has published 30 full-length peer-reviewed articles, 15 abstracts, 37 folders, 6 books, 4 bulletins, 29 popular articles, and documented 2 success stories. During the period, he has participated and presented papers in national, international conferences and participated in 5 national KV conferences. He is also serving as a principal investigator for the project establishment of climate smart villages in southern districts of Karnataka. He is also a recipient of Professor B.V. Venkatrao Award for the best scientific article in the year 2005, and he is also a recipient of Jawari Industries Best Extension Worker Award in the year 2009, and Dr. R. Varkinath Best Extension Professional Award in 2019 and 20. Sri Giriyappa Gowda Best Extension Worker Award in 2009 and 10, and he has got a certificate of merit for seed production for the year 2008, 9, 10, 2010, 11, and also a recipient of USB Best Teacher Award for the year 2018 and 19. You, sir. I welcome you for the presentation, and it's over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chaitrashri. Good afternoon, participants. My today's presentation topic is on demand-driven extension system. Those who are already working in KVKs and other developmental departments, they know this concept, demand-driven extension system. And before discussing about this demand-driven extension system, just I will try to give some brief introduction about this public extension system. So as you know, this public extension system a greater role, particularly during Green Revolution and post-Green Revolution period. And it is like a springboard. Public all line departments or KVKs, they are like a springboard, flexible in nature, and always they respond to bring the changes among the farming community. And over the year, after the Green Revolution, we have observed some changes during this period, particularly Green Revolution and post-Green Revolution period. Mainly the changes observed were, one is nature of farming has changed from being self-reliant to externalized farming. That means earlier they depend on their own resources, maybe using local varieties or local resources. They changed from this self-reliant to externalized inputs, that is using other inputs, maybe fertilizer, seed material, yielding varieties, plant protection chemicals, etc. And purpose of farming changed from subsistence to production oriented. The goal, particularly the goal is enhancing the yield or productivity. And also we have observed maybe in the year 80s, we observed the stagnation of yield in almost all dryland crops. It is mainly because of indiscriminate use of fertilizer inputs, fertilizer or plant protection chemicals. And traditional and self-contained farmers as a community are now, they are considered as individuals, individual farmers. Some of the farmers are progressive farmers. And the research and technology development have brought enormous changes during this period, particularly after the Green Revolution. We can see the enormous changes in the 2 decades. Then coming to the problems of present extension system, there are problems. There are many problems with respect to the public, particularly with respect to the public extension system of line departments and other departments. One is a narrow focus and crop center. All the departments, they have narrow focus and they concentrating only few crops. Say for example, if you take agriculture department, they concentrate only on agriculture crops. Similarly, if you take sericulture department, they concentrate only on mulberry and silkworm rearing. Again, we have in agriculture department, we have watershed department. They concentrate only on soil conservation practices. Our focus is narrowed down. Then lack of farmers' focus. See, generally, one of the extension principle is always you have to consider the needs and interests of the farmers. So many times, the line departments, while developing the programs, they will not consider the farmers' need or interest. And getting the feedback is also most important. That is not happening in many departments. As you know, the feedback, I think extension professionals, they know this, getting feedback, getting a response of the farmers about the innovations, that is most important. That is most important. See, generally, you can, 4 types of feedback is there. One is a positive feedback, negative feedback, and no feedback, false feedback. It may be feedback, maybe about the variety, about the plant protection chemicals, or about any technology. If it is positive feedback about the innovations, that encourages the researcher or extension worker. If it is negative feedback, it provides an opportunity for the researcher or extension worker for modification. And if it is no false feedback, generally we call them as dangerous feedback. That will harm the system, that will harm the extension system. And in many cases, particularly in a public extension system, they are not getting the feedback information. That's what the fifth one is. There is weak linkage. There is weak linkage between research and extension. Always the linkage must be strong. So we are observing this weak linkage between this research and extension. And then inadequate technical capacity within the competing extension system. Majority, even though they are the graduates, agriculture or related graduates, majority they involved in distributing the inputs or providing the subsidies or other office works. They are not technically competent, mainly to provide latest information about the innovations or ideas. And then poor communication skill. What is required is they must be a good communicator. Particularly, they should possess verbal, non-verbal clues or communication skills. So most of the workers, those who are working particularly in developmental organizations, they are not having the skills. Particularly while dealing with the farming community, one should have the communication skills. And in addition to that, he should have the subject knowledge about the subject. Then only he can communicate effectively. That is not happening. Then inadequate operating resources and financial sustainability. Resources is the major constraint. See, sustainable financing, continuous flow of finance is most important to carry out the activities, whether it is capacity building or whether organizing the demonstrations or exposure visit and other things. So finance is most important. That is not there in many organizations, particularly many development organizations, they are facing this problem. Then low level of outreach by public extension system. Because of some changes, say if you take T&V system, they are the basic level workers. Agriculture assistants are the basic level workers, they are working the village. Now the government, again the states, they have the different structures. For example, if you take Karnataka, we have the Rita Samparka Kendra at Obli level, and farmers, again, it is an example for demand-driven extension. Farmers, they need, those who want information, they should go to the Rita Samparka Kendra, they should get the information, or they should get the problem diagnosed there, and they should get the solutions. That means the AOs or AOs, they are working in the Rita Samparka Kendra. The farmers of the surrounding village, they should go to the Rita Samparka Kendra and they should get the information. And then another problem is static and inflexible nature of the organizations. Always any organization should be dynamic and flexible in nature in order to provide the information. If you compare this public extension system with NGOs, generally NGOs, since they are working in a particular area, specific area, generally they are dynamic and flexible in nature. Based on the problems and needs of the farmers, they modify the programs. Whereas in the public extension system, it is very difficult. Once they finalize the programs, then it is very difficult to change. That's why it is static and inflexible. If they want to change something, they have to get the approval or permission. Then only they can change. Whereas in NGOs, they can change based on the needs and the interest of the farmers. They can change their programs. Then the traditional agriculture extension system, earlier extension system, has mainly two main functions. That is imparting knowledge or developing the attitude and skills. Then the present agriculture extension system, generally we call it as rural advisory services. Rural advisory services. So these rural advisory services, it includes providing information, services, and skills, transferring the skills to the farmers. Then another function, important function, is they have to perform this recognition of multiple players. That we call it as pluralistic extension. Pluralistic extension, that is involving many agencies, for bringing changes. Maybe public institutions, private institutions, or agripreneurs, or other maybe trained workers, or involving the commodity boards, all private sectors. So that is a multiple pluralistic extension involving many agencies in order to bring the overall development of the farmer or the village. So delivering knowledge is relatively easy in this information era because of the social medias or tools. Yes, you can deliver the knowledge, you can transfer, but building necessary attitude, skill among farmers is a difficult task. Changing the attitude, if they have negative attitude, negative feelings, opinion about the technology, it is very difficult to change their attitude. Only through exposure visit or only through exposing them to some success stories, then only you can change their attitude. And again, transferring the skills. Again, skill, it is an art. It is an art. Cultivating crops or seed production, particularly hybrid seed production, it requires skill. Capacity building is most important, particularly for this skill, transferring skill. Capacity building of farmers, it is inevitable. And public agencies are moving far away from the farmers nowadays, particularly if you take, best example, if you take maize and BT cotton. Maize and BT cotton, the major players are private companies. Public agencies, public institutions, even state agriculture universities, they are not in a position to supply the seed material, developing seed materials. And private traders are now, as a result, in these, particularly if you take maize or cotton, they are coming closer to the farmer. I am just giving two examples. If you take vegetable industry, they are ruling. Private companies, they are ruling. Private traders are coming closer to the farmers. Private traders are now deciding what the farmers should use. That is the scenario, present scenario. We can see this. And then there is a study. There is a study conducted by NSSO, that is National Sample Survey Office. I think in the year 2012 or 14, they have conducted this situation assessment survey of agriculture households in India. To know the farmers' access to information, they have conducted this study. About 35 households, 1,000 households were covered. The study revealed that farmers continue to remain far away from new technologies and innovations from state-run research institutes, including Krishi Vijnana Kendras. Over 59% of the farm households received no assistance from either government or other extension services. Of the 40% households who received extension assistance, only 11% of the services received by the farmers from the government machineries. So this 11%, it includes extension agents, KVKs and agriculture universities. More farmers, they depended on other progressive farmers or neighbors, progressive farmers or other innovative farmers in the village, media, which includes radio, television, newspaper, or private companies, commercial agents, as per the study conducted by NSSO. The majority of farmers in India, they even today, they do not have access to any source of information, particularly in rural areas. That is the status. Then coming to this concept, demand-driven extension. So there are two concepts. One is supply-driven and demand-driven extension system. Say in Green Revolution period, even post-Green Revolution period, mostly those programs are supply-driven extension. The best example, if you take TNDV system, Bhuchetana program, they are the examples for supply-driven programs. Bhuchetana program, it was launched in 2005. It is a supply-driven extension. That means the program was planned by the bureaucrats, top-level management, and the program was implemented in various states, including Karnataka. And whereas if you take demand-driven extension, the Atma, KVKs, they are the examples for demand-driven extension system. Then coming to the difference between these supply-driven and the demand-driven extension, in case of supply-driven extension, if you take TNDV system, Bhuchetana program, it is a top-down approach. Planning, implementation, evaluation, everything will be done by the decision will be taken, mainly decision will be taken by the bureaucrats. Bureaucrats are the top boss. They will take the decision, then they will implement the program through managers, that is middle level managers, without considering the needs or interest of the farmers. Best example is Bhuchetana program. Without considering the needs or interest, whether the farmers, they want particular Bhuchetana program, emphasis on providing micronutrients to enhance the yield. Without assessing whether the farmers they want these micronutrients, the departments, they provided this material. And also they link this program. I don't know in other states, in our state, they link this program in such a way that in order to get the seed material from the department, they have to purchase or they have to take these micronutrients. Most of the farmers, what they did was, yes, in order to get the seed material, maybe ragi or paddy or red gram seed material, yes, they purchase micronutrient, but they have not applied for dry land, for red gram or ragi or paddy. They have applied for commercial crops, mainly for coconut, arecanut, and even for vegetables. That means purpose is not served. That means why this demand-driven extension is required. First, you have to consider their needs, whether they have interest. Whether they have interest, then only you have to select the program or select the technologies. Whereas demand-driven, as I told you, it is a bottom-up approach. Bottom-up approach, if you take Atma, generally in Atma, once in 5 years, they are preparing SREP report, Strategic Research Extension Plan. So while preparing this strategic, it is a roadmap. Generally, SREP, we call it as a roadmap or blueprint for the district. All the line departments, another important feature of this Atma is all the line department, they should work, including NGOs, KVKs. They should work and they should prepare the SREP report. So it is a roadmap for the district. Problems will be identified, technological interventions will be identified, and extension strategies will be identified, and that will be documented. And as per the problems identified, as per the technologies documented or extension intervention documented, they have to implement. concerned department, they have to implement. That's why we call it as bottom-up approach. So while preparing SREP, they should go to the village, all the line departments, professionals, selected, experienced, those who are experienced in preparing the SREP, generally they will be involved in this, including NGOs. So they have to interact with the farmers and they have to use participatory methods, participatory appraisal methods in order to develop the plan, including transact WAC, Chapati, Venn diagram. All those methods will be used to identify the problems and to get the information from the village. That's why it is called as bottom-up approach. Then supply-driven, it is generally production-led extension. When this T&D system was introduced, so mainly to increase the production per unit area. So they provided seed material, plant protection chemicals, fertilizer and other inputs. So the focus, it is only on increasing the yield per unit area. In case of farmer-led extension, farmer-led or demand-driven extension, and it is mainly a market-led extension approach. Focus will be on market. So in farmer-led extension, here focus will be on enhancing the income. In order to enhance the income, focus will be on market, providing market information, market intelligence, and then producing the quality products. Again, the important aspect is, whereas in supply-driven extension, it is only the linkage between teaching, research, and extension. Whereas in here, demand-driven extension, it is a linkage between teaching, research, extension, and market. And in supply-driven, planning and implementation generally will be done by the officials, because it is a top-down approach. The planning that will be done by the officials. Whereas in the demand-driven extension, the farmers will be involved, NGO persons, because they are the one, they work in the rural areas. And in order to identify the problems, so needs, priorities, so all the people, stakeholders will be involved, particularly in this demand-driven extension. And supply-driven, it is also called as centralized in nature, decision-making at top level. It is centralized decision. Whereas demand-driven, decentralized, decision can be taken at different stages. All the stakeholders will be involved in to take the decisions. And in supply-driven, focus is on individual commodity, individual crop or individual enterprise. Whereas in demand-driven, it is holistic approach. All-round development of the individual, all-round development of the farm or the village. That's why, particularly if you take Atma, all the line departments working in the district will be involved in order to bring the overall development of the village. And supply-driven does not involve all actors. Say maybe agriculture department, they involved in they are interested in increasing the yield in agriculture crops. Horticulture, they interested in increasing the production and productivity in horticulture crops. Whereas in case of demand-driven, it involves all actors, all line departments. So it is a combined efforts. It is a combined efforts in order to bring development. And then supply-driven, farmers are just receivers of benefit. They will supply the inputs, critical inputs or plant protection chemicals. Yes, they just receive and use. Whereas in case of demand-driven, they are the responsible partners. Farmers are the responsible partners who can influence the production.